All right, we are back. It's almost the end. We are so close. I am going to assume that this morning, since it's morning there for them, that at some point this morning they'll do closing arguments. If they don't do that today, I am going to be shocked. That would be really crazy if they didn't. But we'll just see how it is because they take their time with all the things. Good morning. There is a chance they're not going to start until 1 my time. So there could be another half hour. It's usually bad. But I'm going to leave this up and going for a couple minutes. And if they don't come back in like 5, I'll probably run downstairs and get more coffee. That's what I was saying, that I expect that closing arguments for the prosecutors to be probably just as long as the opening. So we will be here for quite a while, if so. That would be a good call. I hope he does do that. Because otherwise, they are going to be there for the rest of this week and going on to next week. Don't want that to happen. Yeah, they're definitely going to be starting at 1 my time. So probably in like 20 minutes is when they'll start.
Council President, good morning. So, typical of this building, we were freezing our rear ends off yesterday, and now I'm told it's hot, so we're working on it. And the other thing is, it's interesting, there's a jury in Department 103.
That's their audio. They cut the mics.
The defense exhibits were received except the transcripts of the audios and item number 621. And all the remaining exhibits from the people have been received except for the transcripts. And they're available to you if you ask for them, but they're not received in the evidence. So all sides have rested. This is the opportunity of the lawyers to argue the matter to you. You're admonished once again that any statements of the attorneys are not evidence and not to be considered by you as evidence, and that includes arguments. The people will argue first. The defense will be able to argue, and the people will be able to close because they have the burden of proof in this case. This time the people may argue. Of course.
I'm very curious to know what is going on right now. Man, it needs to stop lagging. She seems happier today than other times.
Ladies and gentlemen, feels like it's been a very long time since I stood up here and spoke to you last. I actually counted up the days yesterday. I think I've aged significantly. It's been about 40 days that we've now been in trial. And I know that you're all very anxious to get to deliberations. We're very anxious for you to get to deliberations.
So
but I also
are we. We're right there with you.
wanted to take the opportunity to thank you over the course of the last few months. It's actually only a couple, but it's March, so it's like 3 months. So I'm going to count it that way, because we started in January, and if you recall, when we started, it was around the time of the 8th anniversary of Fabio Sementilli's murder. And we've come far since that date when we started an opening statement, and if you recall, I told you from the beginning that the evidence in this case is enormous. And in my opening statement, I laid out what I expected the people's case to look like. Throughout the last several weeks, we've then presented exactly what I told you we were going to present. And in addition to that, we presented much more. And I know that you might have surmised by now that I tend to be very thorough and detailed. And so I hope that you'll bear with me in my closing arguments, because I will likely be just as detailed and thorough. I have learned over the years that it's my job, my responsibility, we have the burden of proof, that if I go over with you the evidence, not all of it, some of the witnesses I'm not going to talk much about because I think you've heard a lot about the details of what happened on January 23rd of 2017. I think all of you could probably lay out the timeline as well as I can. But I'm going to highlight some of the pieces of evidence, some of the witnesses that were significant in this case. I'm also going to try and break down the law that Judge Cohen's going to give to you at some point, maybe tomorrow, and try to explain to you how the law and the evidence fit together, how the evidence proves the crimes charged, as well as the two special circumstance allegations in this case. And also try, because this is not an interactive process, I do not know what questions may have arisen in your minds throughout the trial, but I try to anticipate those so that it makes the deliberation process go more smoothly, so that perhaps that process in the deliberation room goes more efficiently. And feel free to stand up, to stretch when you need to. I have serious back issues, and as some of you may know, I wound up totaling another car on the way into court at the beginning of this trial. So I totally understand. Also, it helps to move around, if not necessarily that you're bored, but things can become tedious. Feel free to do so. As you've probably noticed, it doesn't throw me off at all. So, yeah. As I told you at the beginning of this case, during opening statement, that this would be a case about betrayal. It's a case about greed. It's a case about lust. And during the trial, I looked up the definition of betrayal. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can't do that. You can't look things up when you go back into your deliberation. So I did it for you. And I wanted to see what the dictionaries defined betrayal as. And this is some of the adjectives, the synonyms that I came up with. Deception, disloyalty, treachery, duplicity, devious, cheat, trickery, fraud, cunning, breach of trust, false-hearted, underhanded, unfaithful. Each of those words perfectly describe this defendant. This defendant, who was the mastermind behind her own adoring husband's gruesome murder. You heard in this case that he was slaughtered on his own back patio by the one person he should have been able to trust the most. And I told you at the beginning of this case that a marriage is an agreement, a contract, a decision, a choice that's made between two people who presumably love each other, hopefully grow together, raise a family together, are there for each other during difficult times, which absolutely are going to come no matter what you set up in your life. Things don't always go as we plan. I know a lot of you are aware of that. And that although Fabio was the provider for his family, and that he worked to give his family the best, even moving his family from Canada down here to the United States, to California, he did it because he wanted to provide for his family. And you heard about that through his executive assistant Alicia and various other individuals who knew him. And what you heard was that he wanted the best for everybody. And he was a unique person. It's not that often that you come across somebody who has such a large personality, who's larger than life, and who's able to inspire. But he also loved his wife. And what you learned is that his wife is an incredibly selfish person who portrays herself as the victim. She's a narcissist. She's a liar. She's a cheater. She's a manipulator. And she's arrogant. And she's the one who's brought all of us together in this courtroom where you've sat and listened to the evidence. Nobody who gets on the stand, other than maybe the detectives, knows this case in terms of all of the details the way you do. And in this case, what you heard was that the defendant deceived everybody. She deceived her family. She deceived her friends. She deceived Fabio's colleagues. And worst of all, she deceived her husband and her children, who relied on her, who trusted her, who believed that above all else, this wouldn't happen, that she'd be there for them. You heard from Luigi Sementilli, Fabio's son, that while staying with his father and the defendant the year prior to Fabio's murder in 2016, the defendant bragged about manipulating people at a car dealership. She had purchased a new Fiat, and she told him when she got home that she cried and screamed and threw a tantrum at the dealership in order to get a better deal. And maybe it didn't mean that much when he said that, because it was prior to Fabio's murder. But little by little, there were small details, pieces of evidence that built the foundation for what came next. Who was Fabio? Who were the people close to him? And that was important because we wanted to make sure that we demonstrated to you that this is a person who had no enemies. That he worked hard to reach out to people, and as you heard, to bring them along with him. Because his success was built on so many different people, and his interactions and his ability to communicate as a hairdresser, which is what led him to this very unique position, perhaps the first person, as you heard from some of these individuals that testified, in the world who were able to bridge that gap from the hairdresser's chair to an executive position at a multi-billion-dollar company. That he knew the industry, he knew the people, and he had great instincts. He had great instincts, and I'm going to get back to some of the evidence that we heard where perhaps Fabio's instincts told him one thing, but his heart told him something else. And so he trusted the defendant to be his partner to never betray him. And she took advantage of that. She took advantage of the fact that she knew he was that type of person. And of course, you then saw that same type of behavior, that manipulation, at another car dealership after the fact, which is so much more horrific and offensive when you use your husband's murder to get a deal. And in addition to that, I want you to also keep in mind the reckless disregard this defendant demonstrated for her own children's lives. And I want you to ask yourselves, what do you think would have happened had Isabella arrived home just 5 minutes before and found Robert Baker in the house? You think Fabio would have allowed a witness who knew him, who knew he had just murdered somebody, to survive? Somebody who wasn't completely loyal to him, like we know Austin was, who would just blindly follow? You think he would have let her live to testify against him? Maybe. Maybe not. But from almost the beginning of 2016, the defendant and Baker were involved, as you heard, in not just your run-of-the-mill affair. When the defense told you at the beginning of this case, the only thing we have evidence of is an affair, that wasn't true. This was an obsessive, all-consuming love affair, where these individuals, these two depraved people, the defendant and Robert Baker, believed they had found their soulmates in each other. And you know what? I think they did. They wanted to be together. They planned a future together. And that included traveling, as you heard, and living together. The problem was that in order to get that future, to live that life that they so desperately wanted, they had to get rid of Fabio. And I don't care what the defense gets up and says. Divorce wasn't going to get them what they wanted. Her family never would have accepted her divorcing somebody like Fabio, who over the years they grew to love, like a son, like the son they never had, who took care of them, who stayed with them when he traveled, who treated them like his parents, because you heard from Morella Sementilli that Fabio's father died when he was very young. And he loved them. And they came to love him. But there is no way on God's green earth that these people were going to accept someone like Robert Baker, a registered sex offender, an ex-porno actor, a habitual liar, a convicted felon, someone who had no money and no prospects to be their next son-in-law. That wasn't going to happen. And the defendant, as you saw throughout numerous witnesses, is someone who needed people to feel sorry for her, because she's always portrayed herself as the victim. She needed people to want to help her. And what did you see in this case? Weeks and weeks of witnesses testifying who fell all over themselves to help her children. And she needed to get her hands on some money, because we know she was unemployed, She did not have any job prospects other than perhaps, as somebody mentioned, maybe going to work for Baker. She did not take Ernie up on his job offer to work in one of the warehouses and run one of his businesses. And she certainly wasn't going to wait, as you heard from that divorce lawyer who broke one of the cardinal rules of confidentiality when you're a lawyer. You don't get up on the stand and talk about all your clients and all the divorces.
Yes, Your Honor, this is irrelevant and impeding the integrity of the witness.
It is overruled.
He did that. He'll own that. She needed to get her money, her hands on money fast, not over the course, as he told you, of perhaps a decade, which was completely speculative, and as Ms. Ebersbacher told you, was completely speculative, hence why she couldn't include an exact number in her chart. I think you understood that. But she needed money so that she and Baker could fund their new life together. And certainly with him out of the way, instead of getting half of the house, she gets the whole house. Instead of maybe a half of his stock options, she gets all of the stock options. Instead of whatever alimony, temporary or permanent support a judge might award her that required her also to get a job, she needed more money than that. Keep in mind, and I know this goes without saying, but it was something that maybe got lost in the mix of all of the arguments about things that really didn't matter. There's no life insurance if someone doesn't die, right? And how much does she get? If she divorces, there's no life insurance. But in this case, once he dies, she knows she's the main beneficiary on Fabio's policy. And you saw, and we'll talk about the percentages and all of that, but in each case, she got the largest piece of the pot, and the children split the difference. We also heard about her planning for the future through various witnesses that she and Baker told about their plans for the future, such as Sheila Salahian and her husband Ricardo Cabrera. And you saw some of the photos of their evenings out and their trip to Las Vegas. Or Ron and Michelle Ray. And we'll talk about, again, in more detail, the plans that they discussed with them. And you heard an enormous amount of evidence about the fact that the defendant and Robert Baker acted in concert. They acted together as a team in order to bring about the object of the conspiracy to murder Fabio Sementilli. That object of the conspiracy, the death, the end of Fabio Sementilli's life. And you might believe that the defendant loved her children, and that may be true in her own narcissistic way, but she certainly loved Robert Baker more. And she couldn't wait to start her new life with him. And you heard about that as Detective Gable testified about how important the post-murder behavior is. And we'll talk about that this morning as well.
Going in for the kill.
But what you heard, even through one of the defendant's closest friends, a woman who claimed that she was also close to Fabio Sementilli, Miss Obad, every time Fabio turned his back, the defendant was on her way out the door to meet up with Baker. And you heard in cross-examination the questioning about the fact that while Fabio was on a business trip, that the defendant was texting him "good night, baby," And then the next thing you know, she's telling Jessica, I'm out the door, door's open, and 45 minutes later, she's in a French maid costume, dressing up at Baker's apartment. And after the brutal murder of her husband at their home, remember, your home is your sanctuary, and I know some of you, we discussed during jury selection, have had that unfortunate occurrence where someone breaks into your home, or it's something that you take steps to prevent, to protect your family, what's yours, from somebody coming in and doing something like what happened in this case. You don't feel safe in your home anymore when somebody breaks in. I'm not saying when somebody breaks in and robs you or burglarizes your house. I'm talking about when somebody is murdered in their residence at the place that is supposed to be your safe haven. When you have someone that violates your safe haven, you can no longer feel safe there. And you heard about that in this case from Isabella Sementilli. And so again, after the brutal murder of Fabio in their home, night after night, the defendant's out partying, having sex with Baker, going to comedy clubs, bars, playing pool into the early morning hours of the next day. And also keep in mind a point that you heard that Baker stayed at various locations immediately after the murder. You heard about LaShane Holmes' house or apartment. That was the guy that was on the ankle bracelet. That was also a registered sex offender that Baker had met years ago in prison. He stayed for a time, as you heard, with Sheila and Ricardo Cabrera. And then eventually he goes over and he stays with Roger Brown out at 331 Salem Street in Glendale. And the defendant is going there to pick him up. She knows he's on the run. Well, why do you think she would believe he would be on the run? From what else? So again, if you use common sense, which you all have, and that's why you're all here, when you use common sense, these questions aren't that difficult. Of course she knew about his role in the murder. This would have been, in and of itself, a dead giveaway. And otherwise, if she didn't know who the killer was, you think she would be leaving her kids alone in the home? No, the reason she does that is because she knows they're not in any danger, because the real killer is out with her. It's the only reasonable explanation to explain her behavior in the aftermath of Fabio's murder. Anna, the defendant's sister, testified that the defendant flew home on February 8th after the funeral, the services, the cremation, because the defendant wanted to grieve alone with her girls, and because February 8th would have been her 20th anniversary, her 20th wedding anniversary with Fabio. However, what you heard was that as soon as she got home, the defendant went out with Baker that night. That's how much she cared about the fact that she had spent almost 20 years living with Fabio Sementilli. And Bella, a young girl who was obviously terrified about being left alone in the home where she found her father dead, is texting the defendant that she's afraid, that she's in distress. Even Sally Schoen. Do you remember Sally Schoen? She was the executive from Wella who told you that Fabio was her successor at the company, that she ran North America for a period of time, then left it to Fabio, and she went over to Switzerland to run global for Wella and then Cody. And what did she say? She's a grown woman. She told you that she was frightened to be in that house after the murder. And that was as an adult with multiple other adults around at the time. And Jessica, regardless of how much she wanted to convince you that she was fine with her mother always being out after her father's murder, was also just a young girl. And what kind of mother brainwashes her children to get up on the stand and testify to what an amazing mother?
Objection, Your Honor, that's argumentative.
It is?
It's argument. It's overruled.
Attacking the children.
I'm sorry, counsel. I've ruled.
What kind of mother brainwashes her children to testify to what a great mother she is, when we all know there's a mountain of evidence that proves otherwise? And make no mistake, Miss Stagel and I, we're not here because she's a horrible mother. We're not here because she's a horrible person. We're not here because she's a cheater or a liar or any of the other words that you could use. We're here because she's a killer. And what kind of parent? What kind of parent completely destroys her entire family? I mean, literally throwing away happiness with both hands and a shovel. What kind of parent destroys the lives of her family, of her children, for somebody like Robert Baker? And you heard the defense try to sell you a false narrative. They called Isabella, they called Anna, and they did that to try and humanize the defendant. A person who's utterly devoid of integrity, human decency, honesty. And as I discussed, her sister Anna tried to convince you that the defendant is a trustworthy, honest person. She even testified that the defendant is not secretive. And yet, as you saw, as you did with so many of the defense witnesses, on cross-examination, everything they told you on direct was destroyed. Because her text messages to her sister while she was in Myrtle Beach contradict that proposition. She knew her sister wasn't in Myrtle Beach alone in May of 2017. And Anna admitted to you that her sister lied to her over and over and over again, just like Miss Obad did. In fact, she was lying for over a year while she and Anna were having their late afternoon, early evening talks over the phone while drinking their glasses of wine. Day after day, this defendant was deceiving her sister. Some of these witnesses were brought in to serve a particular role, and that was to tell you how great the defendant's marriage was with Fabio and how devastated she was by Fabio's murder. And remember when Anna testified how she had to take the defendant home early from Fabio's funeral service because she could barely function because she was so mentally drained? You knew something bad was coming then, right? And that story totally failed because she was then confronted with pictures we didn't show you, we described, but we didn't show you them, of her sister in their parents' home during the funeral services that took place throughout the first week of February of 2017. Pictures of the defendant that she took of herself, where she posed naked. Pictures of herself masturbating. I think that's the first time I've said that word in court in 30 years. While wearing her wedding ring. And a picture is worth 1,000 words, but I don't think we need 1,000 words of the picture in this case. I think you got the picture. And maybe Anna really doesn't even know her sister. Either that, or she's not particularly perceptive, or she was untruthful with you. You can choose. Or maybe the defendant is just that good at deceiving and conning people so that they see what it is she wants them to see. And you heard about that over and over and over again. Because as you heard, and as I told you in opening statement, this defendant deceived so many people. And damn right they were angry because they felt betrayed after everything they had done. And yet they were attacked for that. That's called human nature. So many good people gave her the benefit of the doubt, would have given her the shirt off their backs because of their love for Fabio. And despite all of the defendant's lies and deception, Anna, just like the girls, is going to support her sister. And we understand that. I mentioned that that was what I expected was going to happen in opening statement. No matter how guilty she is, that's their family. It's totally understandable. It's also Anna's best friend, as you heard. And as you heard from Miss Obad, they were thick as thieves. However, the court is also going to instruct you on the law. And the law gives you many different factors that you can take into account in considering the credibility of each and every witness that gets on the stand, whether we're talking about a law enforcement officer, whether we're talking about a family member, or whether we're talking about somebody who's a convicted felon like Robert Baker. Bias, interest, motive to lie. I'm going to say those things a lot over the course of today. Those are all things that you can take into consideration in determining the credibility of witnesses, and I have no doubt that you'll follow the law. Another thing that struck me during Anna's testimony was the lengths to which she was willing to try and help her sister. And I understood all of it, but this one part, and that was her attempt that was apropos of nothing, to disparage a murdered victim in this case by getting up on the stand and telling stories about how they were kicked out of bars and clubs. Remember that? Because of Fabio's jealousy? Remember that testimony? Tell me, please, how that helped you to make any decisions in this case as to whether or not the defendant is guilty of murder, conspiracy to commit murder, or the special circumstance allegations of lying in wait and murder for financial gain. That was a step too far. But now, when I started to think about all of this over the course of the last couple of weeks, knowing we were coming to an end, in hindsight, I could put some relevance to it in my own head. That Fabio, as we heard from Luigi from the very beginning of this case, he knew his wife was a cheater. She had done that before. He knew that she was disloyal. So he likely had very good reason to be concerned about her fidelity. That was my takeaway from that. Maybe you have something else. But that's what Luigi experienced growing up. Because what we heard in this case was over the course of a year, this defendant was constantly lying, going behind her husband and family's back. And all of that supports his lack of trust in her. You were told the defendant and Fabio had a great marriage, that they were so happy together, that they were best friends, that the defendant loved her husband, and that even though she had been sleeping with Baker for a year, she had no reason, remember that in opening? No reason to want her marriage to end. Turns out all of that was completely false, proven by the evidence. It certainly might have been true on Fabio's side, but it certainly was not on the defendant's. No one who lies on a daily basis to their best friend, to their partner, to the person they have pledged to grow a family with and grow old together, has a great marriage. I don't care what anybody says. Those things are mutually exclusive. And then there was all of the evidence. Because as you heard, and at the beginning you might have been wondering where we were going with this, you heard from Matt Nurse. And so now, like I said, I'm going to put pieces of evidence, little pieces of evidence into context for you. You heard from Matt Nurse, as well as from Baker, that the defendant told them she was unhappy in her marriage. So what they told you was false. And Austin knew from Baker, what was his phrase? She wanted him gone. They also told you the defendant didn't go looking for Baker, he went looking for her. And again, we know from the testimony early on in this case from Matt Nurse that the defendant went looking for sex outside of her marriage. She tried with Matt Nurse, her personal trainer that she hired. She downloaded pictures of him shirtless. Remember that? She made him food. She flirted with him. She asked him out for drinks. He testified at the grand jury that the defendant had propositioned him for sex, but he turned her down. And then we also had the Facebook message from Baker to Ron Ray, remember that, from November of 2016, where he was telling Ron how he and the defendant, his girlfriend, had been together for about a year and how the defendant came on to him. And remember his testimony, he said within 2 weeks of the defendant coming on to him, they were already sleeping together, which is corroborated by the sheer volume of communications between them starting at the beginning of 2016. So again, additional points that were made that were 100% false. And they told you that the DA, that we turned her affair into a motive for murder. Well, based on the evidence y'all sat through for the last 2 months, it appears that the defendant created an enormous amount of evidence that shows that she did all of that on her own. And yet, you were told that the defendant was happy balancing her love affair with Robert Baker and her wonderful life at home and her marriage. Again, no one with any common sense is going to believe that. And they also showed you pictures. They showed you pictures of the defendant and Fabio together as if somehow those photos or those videos were proof of anything other than what I saw, which was a complete betrayal. Given one was dated, I believe, October of 2017. No, I think one was dated January of 2017. The same day she sent herself a picture of Matt 2 weeks before Fabio was slaughtered in the backyard. And another was dated of October of 2016, less than 3 months before Fabio's death. And all the while, the defendant is running around, lying, cheating, and plotting. And they presented, as I said, 2 videos of them singing and dancing together from both October of 2016 and December of 2016, where you saw the defendant lured Fabio into this false sense of security, that everything was just fine. But what their daughter saw and what Fabio wanted to see, none of that was actually real when you start stripping back the layers, because we heard that the defendant told numerous people how she was unhappy in her marriage and that she was planning on getting out of it. And we saw numerous pictures of her having the time of her life with her lover, both before and after the murder of her husband, where he was stabbed through the heart. And make no mistake, that was intentional as well. When you think about the crime of murder, there is a lot of ways that one could kill another. And we hear often or see often in television shows or movies where somebody shoots another individual. And that's a crime that's committed at some distance. It makes noise, which is why it would be an effective alternative in this case. But when you think about the idea of stabbing somebody to death, that's a crime that's very personal. It's very up close and personal. And there's a reason for that in this case, because it was so personal. And that was one of the things that looked wrong, that looked off at the crime scene. And you remember the testimony, and we'll talk about this, of Detective Verna, where when he got to the crime scene, there were a lot of things that didn't add up, and they weren't quite sure what they were looking at. Because, of course, as you saw, Fabio was stabbed to death. He's cut in the neck so that his carotid artery and carotid veins were severed. You heard that his artery in his leg, his femoral artery, which bleeds out very quickly, was also severed. And he was left lying in a pool of his own blood. He was, as you heard from the coroner testimony, he was stabbed through the heart. But he had a Rolex watch on his wrist. Remember that? And that was a big clue. Because that, as you know, if you're talking about somebody who goes to a home to commit a crime like, let's say, a burglary, especially during the day when you would expect the owners would be out at work, you're going to commit that crime and you're going to try and do so without confronting the homeowners, right? Because your goal is to get in, get valuables, and get out. But what we saw instead was a staged crime scene where drawers in the master bedroom were pulled out and things were in disarray, dumped on the floor, and that nothing of real value was taken. Remember when the defendant was telling law enforcement after the murder that her costume, inexpensive costume jewelry was taken, not her good jewelry. some cash, which of course no one can ever trace whether it's true or not, in American money and in European euros and things of that nature for when Fabio traveled were kept in envelopes. That was taken. But the Rolex on his wrist wasn't taken. And then there was another point that also showed that the crime scene was staged. That was, as I said, because the burglars, if it really was a burglary, could have robbed the house, could have burglarized the home, taken property and left. They never had to see Fabio out on the back patio. They could have taken things from that bedroom and then fled out that sliding door that was left slightly ajar or unlocked to sort of stage that as an entry point. Remember that? The only reason you would go out onto the patio, and again, all common sense, is if you wanted to target this victim. And as I said, this was clearly a targeted hit. It was very personal. They went out onto that patio to kill him. He had no enemies. So again, who do you start looking at? The other thing that was so obvious, that was such a mistake, is, and again, once you saw Robert Baker and once you heard him for about, 5 minutes, you could probably surmise that he's not a genius. And he made mistakes. And those mistakes wound up costing him the rest of his life, because he's going to spend the rest of his life hopefully in prison. But what doesn't fit with a burglary or someone who's breaking in to steal valuables is the blood on the objects in the master bedroom. Because what that tells you is that the murder occurred first. The only way you wind up with blood on objects, and I'm sure most of you figured this out yourselves with your color-coded notes and pens and things like this, because I know how attentive y'all are, but there's blood that's being transferred from the murder into the bedroom, because the staging of the crime scene is an afterthought. The real goal here was to kill Fabio. And so that's why you have blood on objects in the master bedroom. And of course, one of the other mistakes was that the knife that Baker used in order to stab Fabio to death, there was no hilt, there was no guard on the knife to prevent his hand from sliding down the blade when the blade got slick with blood, and so he cut himself. And then he dripped his own blood throughout the house, as you heard. Again, all of this is based on the evidence that you heard in this case. And so when you think back about some of the evidence and you start putting these pieces together, I think that a very different picture emerges than what perhaps it might have seemed at the beginning. And so, again, during the same time period where the defendant is supposedly having this wonderful marriage and this great home life, you heard about the hundreds of sexually graphic, intimate photos she took of herself, or she and Baker took of themselves having sex, or having sex with third parties, literally living a different life. And you were told that there was no reason in the world that the defendant would want Fabio harmed. Well, she also told you that the defendant was the one who was duped, as if, again, the defendant, is the victim in this case. But in order to buy in to that fiction, you'd have to ignore a mountain of evidence to believe any of that. And they told you in opening statement that Fabio purchased one life insurance policy, and that was only for Luigi. That was also false. As you heard from the evidence, in this case, the defendant knew.
Ladies and gentlemen, if anything that any counsel says to you does not mesh with your interpretation of the evidence, it is your interpretation of the evidence at counsel, not the comments of counsel. And with that, the objection is overruled.
The defendant knew about Fabio's various life insurance policies. And she knew that she was the main beneficiary. And we're going to talk about that. You were also told that the defendant made clear to Baker she wasn't interested in leaving Fabio because she loved her life so much. Well, what you saw was on November, I believe it was November 3rd of 2016, the defendant wrote Mrs. Baker on Baker's bedroom mirror. The same day, as you recall, Baker messaged his friend Mr. Spence that he and the defendant would be living together within 3 months. Well, if you count out from 3 months from November 3rd, that takes you to right after the murder, the beginning of February. So the time frame that he gave in November, obviously they were already contemplating planning for this date. And they told you that Baker contacted the defendant 2/3 of the time, as if somehow that meant that he was some stalker that the defendant couldn't get rid of. But that wasn't true, according to what you heard, not only from the phone records, the cell phone data, the photographs that were contained in the defendant's iCloud on the defendant's Dropbox, and from the testimony of Cyree. In fact, almost one half of all of her communications through her cell phone were with Baker. And you heard that she had more communications with Baker than she did with her husband and her children put together. She called Baker, as you heard from Cyree, 414 times during the same time period that Baker called her 163 times. He texted more, but she called more. And you heard about the extreme volume of communications between them. Another thing that you heard was that the defendant was the one who was sending these sexually graphic photos to Baker. And you heard that that took place while she was on vacation with Fabio. I think there was a testimony about her being on vacation in Cabo San Lucas, while they were in Hawaii together, while she was with her family in Toronto on vacation, from her home, pictures where she was lying on the living room couch, naked, and of course also while they were in Toronto for Fabio's funeral services. You heard zero evidence that she was forced to do anything, that these were things she engaged in of her own free will, choices that she made. And as we all know, sometimes too well, the choices that we make have consequences. And of course, she got sloppy and she got arrogant. She never thought she was going to get caught. She never thought that at some point in the future, the photographs that she posed for in Las Vegas, where she's grabbing Baker's crotch and partying with him right after the murder of her husband, were ever going to be recovered, shown to a jury. Her jail mail, calling herself Mrs. Baker. The photograph that I'm going to show you that you remember where she writes Mrs. Baker in lipstick on his mirror? No, we didn't see any of that. We saw her out playing pool in some black dress or bathing suit cover-up. We saw her receiving gifts of clothing from Baker in a parking lot when a surveillance crew was following her, holding up the pieces of clothing, getting into the back seat so she could put on some of this clothes, posing in Robert Baker's garage in various outfits. Some of them we weren't able to show you, but were described for you, posing with a cigar. And they told you that she was devastated by Fabio's death. And yet, what you heard was dramatically different from all of that. Conduct that would not be characterized as devastated. They told you that the defendant was very happy, going out all the time with her friends to karaoke. That was a complete made-up story. As I told you in opening statement, every time she used the excuse karaoke, that was code for an excuse, an innocent, innocuous excuse she'd give her children when she was out with Baker, including on her 20th wedding anniversary, or when she was really posing naked in various locations. You also heard them try to get you to believe that Baker was a stalker, that he was lurking around the Sementilli home, and yet what you heard was a piece of evidence that is so crucial, and that is that the defendant, knowing that her lover is a registered sex offender, 6 counts of having sex with a 14-year-old for a period of time, and then once she turned 15, having sex with her again, and then winding up making pornos with his stepdaughter, the victim of those crimes. What does the defendant do that shows her recklessness, that shows how little she cares about the welfare of her children? The day the new security system is installed, she asks the company for assistance through a text message. And then she says, never mind, I got it. She's able to remotely access her DVR system, her home surveillance cameras, remotely from her phone. We saw evidence that she had done so on several different occasions. The next thing she does on that date, June 28th of 2016, she sends the password information to Robert Baker so that he can log on and watch the home. That's not Baker being a stalker. That's the defendant giving him access to information, again, about the sanctuary of their home, where she lives with 2 young daughters. Who does that? The only thing that you heard during this case that the defense pointed out to you was that there was an occasion where Jessica got a flat tire on a freeway or a road, and she and her sister Isabella testified they don't know whether their mother called Baker to help or not, because Jessica had Baker's cell phone number, as you recall, in her phone, because they thought he was a close family friend after the murder, and that he helped them and was at the house all the time, that he came to help her out with her tire. And of course, she came into court to give you the party line that the defendant, that Baker was weird, and that they thought there was something strange by how much he was around after the murder, although they never bothered to say that to law enforcement during the half dozen times, or maybe a couple less, that they ever were interviewed, and that Baker was so nice to her and to them. That's when they started having a problem with Baker, after their mother was arrested together with Robert Baker, and they learned for the first time that their mother had been lying to them for a year. The other story I believe that they brought up, again, which proved nothing, was that at some point Isabella went to, I think it was a Denny's, and she was seated next to a table where Baker was already seated, which means Baker was there before her. So again, all of that was revisionist history. This is one of the videos that was shown to you. But this is how Fabio ended his life at this house that he loved so much. Remember, Sam Pulera talked about they loved this house, and one of the reasons loved it, it was Queen Victoria, which reminded them of their country that they were from Canada. And here you see in the photograph on the left, the Rolex on his left wrist. So again, when I
try,
tell
Monica.
you that
One
what
tear.
she did to Fabio was the ultimate betrayal, I am not overstating that.
Can she do it? One tear.
The fact that she was pretending to be this loving wife and mother every day, day in and day out, when she lived with this man for almost 20 years, while plotting his murder with her lover, that's the reason we're all here. Had she just divorced Fabio, none of us would be here. That would be none of our business. But the conspiracy to kill him, that makes her entire obsessive, lurid affair highly relevant evidence in this case. And that's why you were provided with that evidence, because it does provide motive. It provides motive for what happened in this case to Fabio Sementilli. And that is one critical piece of evidence. No matter how you want to downplay it, or cover it up, or try to conceal it, the fact that she lured him into thinking that their marriage was solid and then had him murdered in his favorite place shows how evil this crime was. That was the truth that the evidence showed in this case. And so, as I mentioned, there are layers and layers of evidence that we've provided to you that this defendant, as I said in my opening statement, was living a double life that she grew tired of, that she wanted more. She wanted to be able to live her life with the person, as you heard from her own mouth say, with the person she believed was her soulmate.
I want to finish that. I was just going to take a break.
Sure.
Let me interrupt council. We'll take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Well, she looked like she was attempting to get one tear. Didn't quite get there. And I still think that if she was going to, it would have been when her daughter was on the stand. But no, she didn't at that time either. Yeah. Did you notice at one point when the camera panned over to the judge and he was sitting there with his hand covering his mouth? I don't think it was for any reason, but I thought it was pretty funny to look over at him. I'm like, yep. He's probably thinking the same thing, that Monica is going down. I'm reloading it really quick so it won't do that. Okay. Alright, I'll be right back too. Oh, see? I'm glad I'm still here for this. I had a feeling that I needed to reset it. Cool. Alright, I'll be right back.
request of one of your members, we will recess tomorrow at 3 o'clock. But again, you know how my memory is, so remind me. At this time, the people may continue.
Just before the break, I was talking about the double life that the defendant was living in 2016 and through January of 2017 before Fabio's murder. And we talked about the fact that she wanted to be able to live full time with her lover, her soulmate, travel together, and then we saw the evidence of the lengths that she went to in order to get that life. And then if there wasn't already enough evidence of all of this, then during the most painful, heart-wrenching days for anybody who loved and cared about Fabio, she was busy taking graphic sex photos of herself that she then sent to Baker. And I would state that certainly anybody with any degree of care for Fabio would not have been doing that during that particularly solemn time. Yet, what you heard was this implausible, ridiculous tale that they tried to spin, that somehow Robert Baker, who's about as bright as a rock, managed to extract sufficient information, sufficient, specific, particular information from the defendant without her knowledge, without her assistance, and through a long series of what would then be, I guess, coincidences, he managed to figure out exactly when he could get Fabio alone. Not just on one occasion, but on two. I don't know if any of you people engage in gambling or betting, but I don't know that that's a gamble that one would take without having that information. And to also have to believe, you'd have to suspend all disbelief that the defendant never suspected Baker was involved, and that she still didn't believe it when the LAPD tell her, we found Baker's DNA all over the crime scene. And what does she do? What does she do next? She comes up with an excuse to explain it away. And then you also heard not only the attack, as I said, on the witnesses who tried to help the defendant and then realized they had been betrayed, but also on the LAPD and on their investigation. And that somehow the LAPD were so biased against this woman, and that there was a rush to judgment because they were having an affair. And you heard that same tactic through 4 different sets of investigating officers, and each of them, Detective Verna, retired, Detective Gable, retired, Detective Roberts, retired, Detective Farrell, still on the job. They all told you the same thing. They were willing to investigate as long as it took to make sure that everyone involved in this murder conspiracy is brought to justice. And they may never be done. And you heard questions about that. And the judge is going to instruct you about if anybody has any issues or questions with respect to any other parties who perhaps have not yet been brought to justice, how you are to treat that evidence in this case, and that is not necessarily evidence of anything. But in this case, despite the argument that all of these homicide detectives from LAPD just went out and arrested the defendant because she was having an affair, what you also heard, one after another, testify to was the mountain of evidence that they produced throughout the course of their investigation. You heard Detective Roberts, I think she reiterated again yesterday on the stand, over 220,000 pages of paper reports, over 8 terabytes. I don't know how many of you are computer people. 8 terabytes of data. Some computers don't even hold 8 terabytes. But the defense wants you to believe that somehow law enforcement just decided to arrest and prosecute the defendant because of an affair. If that is the defense in this case, then I sat through a very, very different trial. And in this case, you also heard the attacks on the opposite side. Well, why does it take you so long? Why don't you just run up to Alaska and arrest Christopher Austin? If you had information that he was in town, even though you don't have any evidence connecting him to the murder, you have evidence that he's connected to Baker, and there's flight records showing he came into town and then he left. Why don't you go up and arrest him and then ask him some questions? Well, that's not how it works, as you heard. Detectives are going, good ones, are going to take their time. As you heard from Detective Verna, they're going to build their case. You heard about Deborah Obad yesterday saying, well, I called Parshall like 50 times, and I said, go investigate this person, and go look at that person, and run this plate, and that's not how it works. There has to be evidence, and they build their case. And they're not going to tell the defendant or Miss Obad or anybody else in the public. They didn't even tell, as you heard, we brought in Jim Duggan. He was the security officer, the chief security officer for Cody out of New York. And when Fabio was murdered, he was brought in to make sure that it didn't have anything to do with the corporation. And one of the things he did is he reached out to Detectives Verna and Parshall. And what did he tell you? He said, well, like any other good detective, they were very tight-lipped. They weren't going to tell me anything. They'll listen to you. They'll take your information. But they're not going to tell you what leads they're working. They're not going to tell you what angles they're looking at. They're not going to tell you what search warrants they're serving. They're not going to tell you who they're interviewing. That's not what a homicide detective or any good detective is going to do. They're going to bide their time. They're going to build their case. They're going to make sure that before they accuse somebody, that they have the goods to back it up. And so, you heard about that through 4 sets of investigating officers who all told you the same thing. Now, One of the other things that you heard in this case is that the defendant is somebody who uses other people. She uses other people to do her bidding, to do her dirty work for her. That includes her daughters. You heard in this case that she had Jessica lie to her father by promising not to tell him when Jessica found Baker sleeping in her mother's bed when Fabio was away on a business trip. And you heard that on February 21st, when Detective Parshall and Detective Verna interviewed the defendant at her home, that they also separately interviewed Jessica. And Jessica was the first one who brought that up to law enforcement. And yet, when they talked to the defendant, remember, tried to downplay her relationship with Robert Baker. Also, after the murder, remember, the defendant used Jessica to lie to family and friends who were calling to check in on Monica and the girls, to check on their welfare, because they were worried about them after the murder. And so, what does the defendant tell Jessica? Tell them I'm asleep. Tell them you're just hanging out. When in reality, we know the defendant's out at bars and comedy clubs and partying with Baker. You heard from Melanie Garibay. Melanie Garibay, as you recall, worked for Wella. She was one of their show directors for these large corporate events that they would put on in places like Los Angeles or Vegas or other places around the country, and that the defendant lied to her and told her that Fabio knew that she was planning a trip to Las Vegas in March. And so Fabio had told her to get in contact with Mel, and Mel would get her a deal on a suite. Remember that? And clearly we know that the defendant and Robert Baker were planning these trips even before Fabio's death, because you heard and saw Baker's Facebook message to Ron Ray, where he said he and the defendant, this is in, again, November of 2016, are coming to Las Vegas soon, so he can introduce her to them and they can all hang out together. You also heard from Sal Macheri, who was the CEO at Wella, and then Cody. You heard from Dave Diaz, also was Fabio's boss previously through Wella, and Henry Meyer, the HR director for Wella for North America. And you heard how the defendant used their relationship with Fabio, with her husband, and played on their grief, their sorrow, because they were close with Fabio, to get them to do things for her, including things that they put into place as Henry and Sal Macheri talked about, things that the company had never done before that they believed were exceptional, like paying somebody's widow 6 months' salary, extending health care for the entire family and benefits for the family for 6 months, writing off a $9,000 company car loan on the car that, the truck that Fabio had. And you heard about all of the things that were done in the aftermath of Fabio's murder to try and ease some of the burden on the defendant. You also heard from Sheila Salahian. Remember, Sheila is married to Ricardo, and they traveled together. They went on dates, double dated together. In 2016, she and her husband were friendly with the defendant and Baker through the racquetball league. And we heard that the defendant used her as a cover, so that when Jessica found Baker sleeping in her mother's bed when Fabio was away, the defendant lied to Jessica and said, well, Sheila and Rob were both over the night before, and they both had too much to drink, and so they couldn't drive home. But we know from Sheila's testimony, she never spent the night at the house. In fact, she told you that the only time she had ever been to the house was, I believe it was the Wednesday or Thursday after the murder, where she saw Baker for the first time at LA Fitness, and he told Sheila and Ricardo about Monica's husband being murdered and asked if they would go over to the house with him and Matt to pay a condolence call. And that was the only time Sheila had ever been there. In fact, the defendant tells law enforcement the same, that Sheila's never only been to the house once, and that was after the murder. But she uses her as a cover. She also uses Sheila as a cover when she tells her daughters or when she tells Anna that she's going out to, as I said, karaoke is the big cover story. After the murder on night when they're invited over to Fabio's best friend's house, Ernie Valorano, and Anna's in town, and she won't let her sister come with, but she's going to go do karaoke with Sheila. Sheila told you she never went out, never did karaoke with the defendant. The only time she ever got together with the defendant is when they got together as couples, and always with her husband, Ricardo. And then you also heard how she used Ernie Valorano and Sam Pulera, Fabio's friends and colleagues, in order to get sympathy and support, and played on their emotions, as you heard about. They also provided other little pieces of evidence that we're going to talk about. So as I said, the defendant wasn't going to do the dirty work herself, right? She's not going to kill Fabio. But she knew that Baker would, because Baker is a stone-cold killer. And he's willing to do it, and she knows that he's going to find somebody to assist him who's loyal to him in order to kill Fabio. They needed somebody who was gullible. They needed somebody who wasn't particularly bright, would go along with the program, would not ask a lot of questions, somebody who would do whatever Baker asked him to do. We can call him, if you will, the patsy in this case. And Christopher Austin was the perfect choice, because once he was convinced to directly participate in the killing, Baker and the defendant believed he'd never talk, that he'd never squeal, he'd never say anything about what happened, because he would have skin in the game. It would take him down as well. What they didn't count on, what they didn't account for, which was between the time of the murder in January of 2017 and subsequent to that time, that he would meet somebody, that he'd fall in love, that he'd get married, that he'd have a baby, and that he would have a family who became more important to him than Baker. And so at that point, he was somebody who was willing to give law enforcement the details of what he knew, to come clean, because he knew they had the goods on him. On top of that, Christopher Austin, whether you believe him or not, has a conscience. And he feels bad. Does that matter after the fact? I don't know. But while the defendant and Robert Baker got what they wanted, which was Fabio dead and plenty of money to start a new life, possibly in another state or country, they were very arrogant and they made mistakes. And they went, as you heard, to great lengths. And perhaps you were wondering during the days in and out of the testimony of various witnesses, including Detective Mitzi Roberts, about all these little small pieces of evidence as I was putting in various pieces of paper and talking about things that were now going to connect up. And you heard me do some of that through the testimony of Robert Baker. But they went to great lengths to cover their tracks, and they went to great lengths to destroy evidence, such as deleting encrypted applications, as you heard, from their cell phone and all of its accompanying data, or their messages immediately after the murder, or the messages that went back and forth between the defendant and her husband on January 22nd, which if she had no part in what was supposed to happen on the 22nd, she would have had no reason to delete those messages. And then, of course, on top of that, you also heard the defendant make various admissions, and the judge is going to instruct you on the difference between what is a confession and what is an admission under the law. Confession being where somebody admits to all of the elements of a crime, an admission, a statement that perhaps infers guilt or admits to certain portions of a crime or something of that nature, and you're going to receive those instructions probably, as I said, tomorrow. But what we also saw, and as I mentioned at the beginning today, was that Baker and the defendant were like a two-person wrecking crew. Or as Baker said, and you heard this yourself, when they were in the court lockup, he referred to them as Bonnie and Clyde. Now, some of you might be a little young, but I'm sure the rest will fill you in. Bonnie and Clyde were famous for robbing people, killing people. They were a couple, and they were on the run, and so you hear Baker making comments about how he and the defendant are Bonnie and Clyde because they were destroying everything and everyone in their path, and you heard them in the back once again scheming on how they're going to explain away the evidence against themselves and how they have to stick together, because if one rolls on the other, meaning one talks or testifies against the other, they both go down. And you heard them talk about sticking to the program, sticking to protocol. Like even yesterday, you heard that there were, from Detective Roberts, that there was approximately 60 hours of recorded conversations between the defendant and Robert Baker during the time that their case was winding its way very slowly through the criminal justice system. And that the case started out in Van Nuys, and that there were two dates, one of which was June 29th of 2017, and the next one I believe was August 7th of 2017, and after that the case was transferred downtown because they knew it was going to be this lengthy case. And so you heard them talking in the lockup back in June, subsequent to their arrest, where they discussed on June 29th that Baker saying stick to the program. And you heard yesterday, and maybe you weren't thrilled that you were going to be hearing even more recordings, but it was brief. But what I want to point out to you is that, again, we're talking about 60 hours altogether between the 6 dates where recordings were done in the lockup in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. And out of 60 hours, in order to give you what the defense thought was beneficial, you heard what you heard yesterday. And even in that portion, you heard them talking about concocting a defense. You heard Baker talking to the defendant about sticking to the program. As Detective Gable, who previously was in the military himself and testified about that, when you hear protocol, that is a plan that's been discussed, where you put it into practice and it becomes the policy. It becomes the protocol. And that's the language, the type of language and the scheming that you heard from these defendants. One of the other things I wanted to point out to you, when the defense says to you at some point in their arguments that, well, you don't have the content of their messages between Baker and the defendant where they are communicating about a murder. You don't have recordings of their pillow talk where they're communicating about setting up Fabio to be killed. Remember something. You can prove a case, you can prove facts by various sorts of evidence. And the judge is also going to instruct you on different types of evidence. There's direct evidence, which is perhaps what you heard in this case, let's say from Christopher Austin or from Robert Baker, people who were present and can tell you what happened, what was discussed. Eyewitnesses, that's direct evidence. There's also circumstantial evidence. And most cases are proved by things like circumstantial evidence. It's evidence from which you can infer a fact or a circumstance. For instance, let's say in this case, the gal who was on the witness stand yesterday afternoon as a defense DNA expert, let's say that she had tested the interior of those tennis shoes for what I asked her about, where is DNA? And let's say the evidence that was developed, the evidence profile that was developed from that swab of the interior of the shoe, the wearer's DNA, came back, let's say, to Jessica. That would be circumstantial evidence. Sometimes people believe, well, if you have blood evidence, it's DNA, that's direct evidence, right? No, it's circumstantial evidence. It gives you information from which you can draw another fact or a set of facts. And so you're going to be instructed on various types of evidence in this case, and you're going to hear that direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are equally valid means of proof under the law. And there are certain circumstances that you have to take into account when you're dealing with circumstantial evidence, which I'm also going to talk about today. However, what I am going to tell you, that I want to point out to you, we don't give killers a free pass because they're successful at destroying and getting rid of the evidence against them. You got to look at what evidence you have. But, again, the law contemplates various things. And one of the things that the law contemplates is that criminals would do just that. And you heard from various witnesses like Cyree, I know Detective Roberts talked about it. You heard about things like, you probably learned about a lot of things, so now when you start watching those shows at home, you're going to be correcting them. But you learned about burner phones, right? Some of you might have known what a burner phone was. Some of you might not. You learned about encrypted applications. Some of you might have known about that. Some of you might not. But again, the law covers the situation where you have criminals who destroy, conceal, and suppress the evidence against themselves. And you're told under the law, and I'll cover this too, that those are facts and circumstances that you can take into account. And it's called evidence of consciousness of guilt. When you have an individual who, let's say, is in the lockup, pending trial in a murder case, for acting together, and they are writing jail kites, letters to one another. And then you hear one of them, the defendant in this case, saying, now you got to flush it. And then remember that day when we were listening to the recordings and it was so loud because not only could you hear all the other individuals in the cell area in the lockup, but them talking over the other individuals. And what did you hear? You heard the sound of the toilet flushing repeatedly. And they would talk about, now you got to flush that. Oh, let me read this part. Okay, then flush it. When you have two individuals who are actively in concert trying to destroy the evidence that they are talking about and whispering about, all of that is conscience of guilt evidence. All of that is circumstantial evidence that you can take into account that obviously points to guilt. As does motive. You're going to hear that motive evidence is not required. That there are cases, criminal cases, where it's very hard to decide why somebody committed a particular crime. And therefore, as I said, the law contemplates these types of circumstances. And so what the law says is that if you don't have evidence of motive, it might point to the fact that the person isn't guilty. However, but it might not mean anything as well. So it kind of gives you both options. But it also tells you that if you have evidence of motive, that is something that you should take into account, because it also may point to guilt when you have evidence of motive. And in this case, when they get up, because I don't necessarily get to get back up and respond, nor are we going to do that. We're not going to get up and do this tit for tat, okay? So I'm going to spend my time now, and I'm going to tell you what I think is important, okay? And then when they get up, hold them to it. Because Ms. Stadel and I, we're not afraid of the burden of proof. In fact, we told you that during jury selection, which I know seems like eons ago. Hold us to the burden of proof. We don't shy away from it. The burden of proof in this case, the judge is going to instruct you on, is reasonable doubt. That means, again, what have I mentioned several times already today? Common sense. You know, if you look around amongst yourselves, and you've been together now for quite a while, and I'm sure you've all managed to get to know each other a little bit, you are a very diverse group. We have people from different racial backgrounds. We have people that do different things. We have people that live in different areas. We have people of different age groups. And so you all come to this room with experiences. Some of them difficult, and you've survived them. Some of them you're still looking forward to, what's going to happen next. Some of you have children. Some of you can relate. Some of you can't relate. But you come into this room with your life experiences. Don't check them at the door. When you go back there, bring your life experience with you. Because again, when you look at the evidence, you're going to look at it through your own lens, through your own life experience, through common sense. You all are sitting on this jury because of that. You have it, take it with you when you look at the evidence. And that's what I'm going to talk about again and again today, about how the evidence in this case is based on common sense. Because what the law tells you is that when you're looking at circumstantial evidence, again, evidence that's subject to two different interpretations. One, let's say, that's reasonable, and the other, that is not reasonable, not based on common sense, not based on evidence, but based on speculation or some possible or imaginary doubt. The law says, directs, that you must reject the interpretation of the evidence that's unreasonable and go with the interpretation of the evidence that is reasonable. Again, the law takes into account that you might have circumstances where you could come up with all sorts of excuses for evidence, for behavior. But you are required to base your decision on reason, on common sense. Now, I want to talk about Christopher Austin a little bit. I did tell you that I am not going to spend a ton of time talking about Christopher Austin because you not only got to hear him on direct, you heard about how he was eventually, when the detectives were good and ready and had built their case, taken into custody and what went from there. And then you heard him be recalled in the defense case, and you sat and listened for a day and a half to his proffer session with me, with Ms. Stagel, with the detectives. And where we asked him various questions, he gave us answers, he clarified some answers, he corrected us, he came back the second day and did the same. One thing I want to say about Christopher Austin that happened from minute one. Remember, this is a guy, like I said, his life changed dramatically between the time when he comes down as Baker's patsy to commit this crime with Baker. Whether he was paid or not, he was going to do whatever Baker wanted, right? And the time that he's eventually apprehended and taken into custody, where he's now living in Vancouver, Washington. He now has a family. So he has other things that are now critical and important to him. But the first thing that happens after 8 years almost, when he's taken into custody on his way to work, he's, I think, a juvenile probation or parole officer up in the state of Oregon at the time. And when he's taken into custody that day, he admits immediately. He does the opposite of the shuck and jive dance that you saw from Baker. He admits to personally stabbing Fabio Sementilli. He admitted it. You can't change that. He admitted it. It was recorded. He said it over and over. And at that point, he sealed his own fate. And you heard about that seatbelt ticket. Once he was ticketed in the rental car that Baker used, that was the nail in his coffin. But it wasn't that easy, apparently. Didn't come up under numerous inquiries. Finally, it comes up in the database when the detectives are looking in a particular database, and once they have that ticket, now they believe, with everything else they've managed to put together, that they have enough to go up and arrest Christopher Austin for this murder. And you heard that they got warrants to do that. And so what happens is Christopher Austin is arrested on his way to work. He has no idea this is coming, but he admits to it. He knows, he tells you, as soon as he got pulled over, he had a feeling this is what it was about. It was going to come back and bite him. And sure enough, he tells the detectives that day, and he tells Miss Stagel that day, I stabbed Fabio. And so when the defense argues to you, as they did from the beginning, that Christopher Austin is a liar, but Mr. Baker is telling the truth, keep in mind how the facts, the reality of this actually went down. Because in this case, like I said, you learned about a lot of different types of police investigative techniques. One of the things that you generally don't hear about on television is a Perkins operation and what that means. And you've heard that detectives use this very powerful tool to solve some difficult homicide cases. They're limited in the type of cases they're able to use it in. But again, even before Austin meets with a lawyer up in Vancouver, Washington, he admits to stabbing Fabio. And he admits that he was brought into this by Robert Baker. And he explained that he knew Baker's girlfriend was involved, even though, as he said, he didn't know her. They weren't friends, as he said. They didn't hang out together. He didn't know much about her. He only knew what he knew from Baker. But he lays out from the beginning that he was brought into this conspiracy to kill Fabio by Baker and Baker's girlfriend. And then you heard that during the Perkins operation in Vancouver, Washington, he tells his cellmate, he doesn't know the cellmate is an undercover police officer. That's the whole point of a Perkins operation, that the motive behind the murder, remember this, was insurance money. Baker's denied that to today. But yet, what did you hear? You heard that Baker not only admitted in this court his guilt to count 1 being the crime of murder of Fabio, count 2 being the conspiracy to kill Fabio, but he also admitted lying in wait, and he also admitted murder for financial gain. He admitted to a special circumstance, which means he is going to serve a sentence specific to that special circumstance allegation of life without parole. But he wants you to believe he only did this crime because he wanted to be with Monica. So why did he admit to a special circumstance allegation of murder for financial gain? Christopher Austin tells you from the beginning, cellmate asks him, what was this all for? What was the point of this? Insurance money. How does Christopher Austin know about that? The only evidence in this case is that he learned about it from Baker. How does Baker know that Fabio Sementilli has life insurance? From the defendant, of course. Again, this is just common sense. Now, also keep in mind, as I said, that Austin was the only one, the first and the only one, to mention the life insurance proceeds. So, this is way before, as you also heard, he ever speaks to a lawyer, because he's never been in trouble before. He doesn't know how the process works. And once he speaks to a lawyer then explains to him how offering up a proffer session with the district attorney's office and the investigating officers would be in his best interest. Because he's now admitted to being a direct perpetrator, which I'm going to talk about. He doesn't do any blame shifting like you heard from Baker, who made up excuse after excuse after excuse and changed his story every single time he had the opportunity to do so over the course of, I think it was 13, because the last interview was during trial in March, last month. Austin gives up this information before there's anything on the table. And he asks them, I want to go home to my wife and kids. Miss Heather, will you let me go home? And what do they all say to him? You're not going anywhere, buddy. The only place you're going to Los Angeles. You're being extradited to LA to face charges. Because what did I say earlier this morning? 4 sets of detectives from LAPD told you that they're not going to be done until they arrest and prosecute everyone who was involved in this murder conspiracy. And you also heard Austin explain why he wasn't completely forthcoming immediately after his first arrest in his life, either to his cellmate, who he didn't know, who was a stranger to him, or to the LAPD, or to Miss Stagel. He has no idea what's coming. And of course, that's understandable because we're not talking about Baker, who's been in the system, right? We're talking about Christopher Austin, who's never been in trouble, who's been told over and over and over again through his father and through Baker over the years that Baker's going to take care of him. Baker's going to watch out for him. He believes that. So he hasn't spoken to a soul. Even his wife knows nothing about this until this all came out. He has never spoken to a soul about what he did to Fabio Sementilli until he was arrested on his way to work almost 8 years ago. But again, what he doesn't do, he doesn't minimize his role. He doesn't do any blame shifting. He tells you, this is my fault. I did this. They brought me in, but I did it all on my own. Nobody forced me. Nobody threatened me. Nobody coerced me. I came to LA to do this hit. And he had every opportunity to minimize, because remember, had he said what Baker wants you to believe, because it means that he's not as knowledgeable as what he told you, if he was only what Baker said, which would be a lookout, he might have been looking at an entirely different sentence. He might have been looking at an entirely different charge. But that's not what he does. And that's why his statements are so credible, because he doesn't minimize. And on top of that, the other thing that you heard about and that you have as evidence, there's 3 different documents, sets of documents in this case. You guys probably know, just like any business that you might work for, there's a chain of command. Whether you're talking about if you work in a corporation, if you work for a company, there's always a chain of command. There are certain protocols in place. Unless you work for an unaccredited lab, then you can do whatever you want. But there are rules in place. There are rules in place for a reason. So that the rules are followed, so that things are administered fairly between individuals, so that the same standards are in place, so that you know that we're not cutting corners, that we're not just trying to get someone to say something, because that wouldn't be justice. That doesn't do anything for Fabio and his family. We want the truth. Not the truth until we throw you up on the stand and then you can say whatever you want and just pare it back. Oh yeah, we told you to tell the truth. We told you to tell the truth. We told you to tell the truth. You didn't 12, 13 times, but we're still going to put you on the stand. And maybe, just maybe, because you've been sitting here listening to the evidence day after day after day, so conscientiously, maybe you also figured out without me saying it why we didn't call Deborah Obad to the stand. We'll talk about her. But he doesn't minimize. And there's 3 sets of documents that prevent him from doing anything other than telling the truth. The first is his proffer agreement. He had to sign a proffer agreement with his lawyer, Mr. Aval, with me, on the record. We put him under oath. You heard that at the beginning of the proffer session. That goes up a chain. There has to be approval. There's all these different things that you heard about. And the proffer agreement says, hey, we used to refer to it years ago as your queen for the day, which means you give us all of the information. Whatever you say here, we can't use against you unless you get up on the stand at some point in the future and lie, then we can use what you told us today to impeach you. In other words, like what you saw with Miss Obad, where we can show the jury that you're a liar. But if we are able to corroborate, meaning support, prove what you're saying is true by independent evidence, then if we believe you've provided valuable, truthful information, then and only then are we going to be like negotiating with your lawyer in a plea deal. But right now, we're giving you nothing. Like, you're basically taking us at our word. You're going to pony up the information. We're going to, through law enforcement, see if we can validate what you've told us is true. And then and only then, we might engage in plea negotiations with you. And so you heard about that. The second document in this case, you heard about his plea transcript. We put it into evidence. In fact, I'm going to give you a perfect example. This is a problem because, just so you know, I tend to go off script in a closing because I think of all these little pieces of evidence that I've had in my head for 8 years, and it just makes it longer. But it just means I'll skip other things as we go forward because I'm going to talk about it anyway. Think about Robert Baker, right? Robert Baker got on the stand and testified at the beginning that he didn't understand when he took his plea in this case. Remember that? Remember that? And so, what did that mean?
I object, Your Honor. That's not the evidence.
It's overruled.
Yeah, because basically what he was saying is Judge Cohen, who you've probably noticed, who's a stickler for rules and procedure, follows, again, a protocol. And he does the same thing every time when he takes a plea. And there's a plea transcript. Because Brooke, or a court reporter who sits in the courtroom, writes down everything, as you've seen, that gets said. And why do we do that? So there's a record. So when you hear somebody like Deborah Obad, who testified that she lied and perjured herself in front of the grand jury,
That's uncalled for.
It's overruled.
specifically testified that she lied to the grand jury, and you hear Baker get up and commit perjury where he says, I didn't understand what the charges were. No one told me. I didn't plead to that special circumstance stuff. What happened? I brought out the transcript. I put it on the projector. I went through it with him. Remember when the Judge Cohen, asked your lawyer, is this what you want to do? And then he didn't just talk to your lawyer, Michael Simran. He talked to you. He asked you specifically. He turned to you. He had a conversation with you. Sir, is this what you want to do? Do you understand that you have various constitutional rights that you are going to waive by entering your plea here today? And then he goes over all of the constitutional rights that Baker has to waive. So again, when Baker gets up on the stand and he tells you in an open courtroom that he didn't understand what he was pleading to, and he did it again, if you remember, when we got to his prior sex case, and I had to do it all over again. You'd think he'd be smarter and understand, like I had the plea agreement from the transcript from this case, and clearly I was going to have it from that case, but flat learning curve doesn't get better. So again, I'm asking him, do you remember when the judge turned to you and said, is this what you want to do, sir? These are the charges. How do you plead? Right? It's all laid out for him. He agreed to it in this courtroom on the record. That's a record. Right? So we have the plea transcript from Mr. Austin, also in front of Judge Cohen in this court, where we did the same thing, and the judge went through the same practice. These are your rights. How do you want to plead? This is the deal. Before they even admit to the plea agreement, and you can look at these because they're all in evidence. We marked them all. It's all transparent. Before he even takes the plea, the judge tells him, this is what the consequence of your plea is. Is that what you want to do? Your attorney has indicated that you want to plead to this, but is that what you personally want to do? Yes, it's what I want to do. Do you understand, Mr. Austin, that your plea agreement is based on your truthful and complete testimony at trial? Yes. Because if not, guess what? No plea agreement. And who makes that decision? The defense wants you to believe it's us. But I run the court. You've heard him yell at me. He runs the court.
Me too, Your Honor. Me too,
Anyway. So, the judge makes that decision. He has to sit and listen. And he takes notes. And he reads what's being said off his screen as Brooke is typing it. And then at some point later, Mr. Austin comes back before the court for sentencing. Sentencing gets put over, as you heard, until he's testified. And he's on the hook for testifying and cooperating with as many cases as it takes until they're done with everyone in this case. So the judge makes that call. And then there's a third document, and that was an agreement for testimony with our office. Before we put you on the stand, you agree that you're going to tell the truth. It's a contract. If you don't hold up to your end, we're going to ask to be released from our bargain. And we can go to the trial. And we'll pick a jury, and we'll see how it goes for you. Right? So there's different documents that are in evidence in this case that you can look at. So again, keep that in mind when they get up to argue. Now, I said I was going to talk about the law. I thought it was going to be sooner, but here we are. So, in this case, you heard, or you're going to hear, the judge instruct you, as I've said, about the applicable law, which is the framework for which you have to look at the evidence and make a determination on whether the evidence that Ms. Stagel and I have presented, whether we've proven our case, whether we've proven the elements of the crimes and the special circumstance allegations to the standard of law, beyond a reasonable doubt. And what the law says that people who are involved in committing a crime are referred to as principals under the law. That's the term, principals. So who are principals? Well, principals include those who directly and actively commit the crime. So if we're thinking about who actively, directly, personally committed the crime, and we talked about how a stabbing is a very up-close personal crime. Who's wielding the knife? Well, in this case, we have Mr. Baker and we have Mr. Austin, right? They're the people who go to the crime scene, go to the house. They're the people who stab Fabio to death on the back porch. They're not leaving until that job's done. Those who aid and abet the commission of a crime are also principals. Now, when I say aid and abet, what does that mean? Aiding is, that's an easy term, plain meaning, but abetting, what does it mean to aid and abet a crime? This is where the defendant comes in. You have to have knowledge of the unlawful purpose of the perpetrator. So in other words, that she knows that Baker and his co-conspirator are going to commit murder, the murder of Fabio. In addition to that, she has to have the intent or the purpose. What's her state of mind? Judge is going to give you instructions on state of mind and what that means for the various crimes and allegations. That she has the intent or purpose of committing, facilitating, encouraging, somehow aiding, assisting the crime. How does she do that? We're going to talk about this when we get to conspiracy. She does that by setting Fabio up, luring him into this false sense of security. And as I'm going to talk about this afternoon, by setting in motion this very, very short window of time, this timeline. Remember that PowerPoint presentation by Mr. Ed Cozen that we played through Detective Roberts' testimony where we laid out the entire day so you could see how all these things fit in and how short that timeline is? I think 418 joggers are just turning from Oakdale left onto Queen Vic. It's the second house up on the left, and they're out, pulling out of the Porsche at the bottom there at the intersection where the neighborhood surveillance cameras are about a half an hour later. Very short. Got to get in, got to lay in wait, find out where he is, got to kill him, take him down. He's a big dude. Takes two. We'll talk about that. Got to then set the crime scene up, stage it as I talked about already today, and then got to get out of there and back, out of the area. Okay? So she has to have the intent or purpose to encourage or assist her intent, her mindset. And then she actually has to assist. And actually she has to do something. She has to aid them, again, by setting this crime in motion, by telling Jessica, don't be late for babysitting, by looking at the IDMS Lite app to make sure that Jessica's gone, that there's no one else there now in front, it's just Fabio alone. And then she aids, she promotes, she encourages, or she instigates the commission of the crime. So this is law the judge is going to give you. Feel free to take notes as I go through the law. I'm going to break it down. I'm going to talk about it in small pieces and try to make it simple for you. So again, when you go back into jury room and you select your foreperson, you will be able to have meaningful conversations right from the bat. Okay? So again, the judge is going to give you this law, and it shows you how you can be a principal, either as Baker and Austin did by actively committing the crime, but also those who assist those direct perpetrators in getting the crime into motion. Okay? Let's talk about murder. Count one. Murder is, as you can see, is fairly simple. It has three elements. A human being is killed, and a killing is unlawful. Okay? Human being, it's a done deal. Fabio. Right? Killing's unlawful. No brainer. So malice aforethought, again, that mental state element. What does it mean to have malice aforethought? And what the judge is going to tell you is that malice can either be expressed or implied. You have implied malice in this case. If I usually would give an example of, let's say you're in a crowded park, someone shoots a gun into the air, It comes down that bullet as everyone would expect it to, and it kills somebody. Reckless disregard. Okay? This is obviously an implied malice case, but more than that, it's an express malice case. And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking to you about express malice. Express malice simply means intent to kill. And you're going to hear from the instructions that Judge Cohen is going to give to you that an intentional killing is sufficient for proof of express malice. We know in this case, Fabio was intentionally murdered. He was not stabbed. He did not suffer 7 sharp force injuries on his back patio accidentally. This was an intentional killing. That's murder. The other portion is a forethought, and that means that your intent to kill has to come before you kill him. That's, again, in this case, fairly straightforward, very commonsensical, based on the facts and circumstances. They knew when they went up to that house that they were going to kill Fabio. They didn't kill him and then decide afterwards, oh, it would be good to kill him. They knew what they were going for. That was the plan. That was the conspiracy. And that's going to lead us into the second count.
Now, it's only time for me now. And 5 minutes from now, when you find a good place, let me know.
Perfect. I'm done.
Okay. I had a feeling that would work. We'll take our lunch recess till 1:30. Again, as always, the admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or if anyone else or form expressed opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
He always says it's 1:30 their time, but it's not. They usually come back at 2 their time. Just re-putting that out there for everybody. Melody, are you still on here? I was going to send you a picture of what happened with that hair gel. It's very bad. Yeah, so that prosecutor, she kicks some butt. I mean, she went into it guns blazing. I think she's doing a great job. I mean, I just don't think there's any way out of it for Monica. She is so guilty in my eyes. She ends up going to prison. I would bet that Baker or her will try to do something, whether that's writing a book or just giving their story, so, you know, some TV show or station could do it. I have a feeling they'll be doing what they can to make some money off of this entire thing. And I wanted to check Marcella's Facebook after this. I'm gonna look really quick anyway. Sorry if I'm loud. I try to mute myself instead of doing what I'm doing right now. Well, if anybody is bored during this break, maybe I'll show some of the pictures that I've been collecting for the Kimberly Sullivan trial coming up. The pictures are awful, worse than awful. Boss lady, do you happen to be on here in this chat? she let me know that the trial that I was watching this morning, it was sentencing day, but I basically had to leave there to come on to this. So I have to go back and finish it. I saw basically all the victim impact statements. But she said that the judge was very fair and did a good job. So now I need to know what that means. I don't know. I had no idea that it was a grandma. She was watching her granddaughter. They live in Florida. Decided to run into the store instead of wake her up and bring her. And she was gone for a very long time. Like, this wasn't an in and out thing. The baby passed away. But during this trial, the jury was not allowed to know, but this same grandma had her grandson, and she wasn't watching him, and he left, and he drowned in a pond. So both parents during victim impact statements, I mean, it's just awful. And the dad said that she didn't even give an apology. She's never tried to, like, do anything like that, which is shocking, obviously. But I'm like, how do you do that twice? 2 babies. Very upsetting. I actually plan on going and seeing if they have any, like, GoFundMe or anything that or charity they're working with or anything, just so I can put some information out there for them, because I cannot imagine. Yeah, the boy was the first one. She was watching him. It's hard to say whether they were actually outside or if he went out and went to the pond. But that happened, and then, let's see. The mom was 5 or 6 months pregnant when that happened. And then they had this girl baby, and she died when she was 7 months old. I cannot even fathom that. And the mom, she said, it doesn't change how I feel about you. When she turned and was talking to her mom, she's like, I still love you. I don't think I would have been able to be a big enough person in that moment and be like, I love you. We'll get through it eventually. No, twice. And not saying sorry. No remorse. So yeah. When I go back and look, I'll probably do a recording of that so it will be live. That was one of the closest times I almost started crying on a live. I held it together. I went and got tissues. But yeah, there's only been 2 times I've ever felt like that, but this one was by far the worst. I just feel awful for the family, for the parents. They now have a son and a daughter, or maybe 2 sons and a daughter. But yeah, they've gone through a lot. And truly, and that couldn't be brought up because of the jury. But I feel like that plays. Like that should have been able to be a part of the jury knowing. So next week we have Lori. Monday. Looking up right now to see if Kimberly Sullivan has the official start date, or Corey Richens. Hers is approaching very soon, but I don't know if I've heard an actual date yet. All right, so I need to write this down. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep Googling it every single time. All right, Corey Richens is starting April 29th. That usually means that that's a jury day. So just so you know. I haven't seen any of the projected times for how long her trial will take to seat jurors, but I feel like it always goes way quicker than what they say. Where's my pen? Yeah, I agree. And opening it up, I didn't watch any of the trial, but I knew that just by the picture and everything that she had to have passed away. So it's already hard. But yeah, right when I learned that it happened with the son too, that was it. It's definitely hard to watch ones like that. Yeah, I really dislike slash hate Stefan Stearns. I just, what a bad individual. And I am still hoping that the mom will be held accountable for something. Anything. Yeah, and for the Lori one that's happening in Arizona, they aren't bringing up anything that had to do with her other trial. So the kids themselves should not be brought up or a part of it. Every once in a while, I keep trying to hunt down Jennifer Soto to see where she's at. I heard rumors that she had turned herself in at some sort of like psych hospital, and that she was advised to do that so nobody could like be digging into her stuff or asking her questions, then her being charged with stuff. Who knows? It's speculation, but she has definitely been under the radar this entire time. And if that was my daughter that just happened to, I would be freaking out, telling every news station, doing everything. Let me see if they had set a trial date for Stefan, but let me see really quick. They had set it got pushed back, they set it again. Kathy, have you seen any of the interviews that his parents did? Or like listened to the jail phone call at all? Because I am pretty disgusted with them as well. Whoa. His new trial start date is September 22nd of this year. It was supposed to be in February, I think. It got pushed back really far. I just feel like the parents knew all of these odd and bad behaviors about their son. Like, and didn't give anybody like a heads up or a warning that like, hey, something seems off with this. And I don't know, just something. I don't know why. They knew he'd be capable of maybe something like that. I don't know why they didn't prevent it. I saw that they had submitted some new motions, but I didn't realize that I guess maybe they're doing that on purpose, just to give them more time. I'm going to send over from this computer to this one, show you guys some of the pictures I found for Kimberly Sullivan. Not all of them though, there's a lot. So I'll be putting that on a video at some point today. Alright, maybe I'll just open it so I don't have to wait for it all to send. Okay. So if you haven't heard anything about this trial coming, basically, this girl, Kimberly, she had 2 daughters from a previous marriage. She ended up marrying someone, and he died, I think, early last year. I think it was like February, somewhere right around there. And even before then, like, they lived at that specific house, and she had a job, you know, often would be socializing with people. But evidently the husband had a son from a previous marriage. And it sounds like this was going on, well, it has to be, now that I think about it, from the time the son was 11 years old. That is the last time he ever went out of their house. He was locked in a room. There was no bathroom access. They wouldn't let him out. So he had to do creative things. And that basically was for almost 20 years. So then the father dies, and she is still going out like usual. Like, she didn't change anything. Didn't release him, if that's what we're going to call it. But he ended up being able somehow to make a fire in his room and tried to burn the house down. And first responders got there, and then that is where it all unfolded. He said who he was, he said what had been going on. And it's just awful. So she had her pre-trial hearing, and she is pleading not guilty. I don't even understand how she can say that. They better have an excellent defense for her to say not guilty of any of the charges, because that's a little bit ridiculous. And saying like, oh, well, it was my husband's kid and that's what he wanted. Well, no, you went along with it, and that's not okay, first of all. But second of all, even when the husband died, you stayed doing all of this. I've been trying to hunt down her 2 daughters because they are older, I think, as well. And none of these people stepped forward to help the son. And they knew about him. The girls knew about him. But evidently, like co-workers and people of that nature, they didn't know that there was ever a son living there, ever. She's never brought him up. They never saw him. There's all this stuff. It's horrible. All right, but here's some of the pictures I was going to show. Like I said, we're not going to go through all of them because I'm going to turn this into a video and talk about more things for it. So this is the house. You can see the boards on the window. That's just from the fire. Although now that I think about it, I'm not sure if they all were from the fire and them doing that because, well, I'll get to the picture. Pretty sure that type of window covering was used in his 1-bedroom. This is the one that shows all the inside pictures, isn't it? Let me be sure. All right, I found it. Good. Okay, let me move this over. Okay. Here is one of the bedrooms. This was not his bedroom. I'm assuming it's one of the daughters. Ah, you see, and there's the board in the window too. So yeah, no, it had been like that. That's weird. Even for the girls who weren't locked up, they did that. Thank you. Did you know if I had it right that the dad died early last year? And the girls' bedrooms. Let me see if I can move this over some. I mean, so there's the doorway, and then the wall just looks disgusting. Is it mold? I just don't know what that would be. Someone, nope, same bedroom, maybe. This is the main floor. Here's a bathroom. Bathroom. More of the main floor. I took a lot of pictures of all the locks that they had everywhere to keep him in. I believe his bedroom was through this door. I think this is entering his bedroom. I mean, it's like rotted anything and everything. I guess also depending on where he started the fire, maybe some of this is like turning into ash from things burning up. I don't know. But it is very gross looking. Here is the kitchen. So not like the cleanest house ever, but like doable. It is what it is. Except when it comes to the sun, it's just crazy. This is part of the upstairs leading to his room. You can just see the dirt caked in the carpet. The pipes in here did not work. I don't think he could access this bathroom anyway, but it doesn't work. I think this is the mom's bedroom. In fact, I'm pretty positive it is. I mean, to each their own. That is a very bright pink. Okay, that's all the ones I'm going to show for now. It's going to be awful. Whenever I put that video together, I'm also putting in there a clip because his mom was looking for him and nobody saw him, nobody could find him, and supposedly she's been trying to find him for years. So she spoke out. So we'll probably watch that later. I just think that's really odd that she knew he was living with the father, but she never saw him. She never anything. You didn't want to like go out on the weekend and take him out to dinner or do something like that. She didn't do any of it. It's not good. Anybody have any fun plans for Easter if you celebrate it? Aw, I love Christmas. I have been playing telephone with an attorney in California. So if he calls back, I'm not leaving. I just need to answer it. We have 30 more minutes. I was actually planning on doing a membership video on talking to this person. It's going to be very interesting, but he's covering a case that I covered a lot of and for a long time, so he has questions about it. Hey, Marcella wrote on her Facebook. So let's see what Fabio's sister has to say today. Today I share with you all a significant moment in our long... Oh, sorry, bad timing. I got somebody calling me, but it's not the person, so I will keep going. Significant moment in our long journey for justice. The trial is coming to an end, and we pray for our incredible team, led by District Attorney Beth Silverman, Heather, and the rest of her dedicated team. They have worked tirelessly to make sure the family's pursuit of the truth and justice would be heard. Let's all pray that the judge and the jury members will confidently deliberate a verdict. There's nothing more Team Fabio. Sorry, there's a typo in this. I'm not sure she really means that. There is nothing more Team Fabio could have done to expose the malice, selfishness, and divisiveness of those who sought to hurt him. It's been a long, emotional 8 years, but today marks a new chapter. I asked everybody to share pictures of his beautiful face, the love he had for life, and the joy he brought to all who knew him. Fabio will forever live in our hearts and memories. Thank you all for your unwavering support, your prayers, and your strength through the process. Thank you. She ends it just saying how much she loves her brother. Melody. Melody, are you still on? I'd take that as a no. We have about 15 minutes left till they come back. She's at a band rehearsal at her school right now. So I'm sure one group was going and it wasn't hers. So she came and said hi. I hope they come back soon. All right, I'll be back. I have to go get Melody.
Here's all council present, jury, and also present. Good afternoon. Ms. Silverman, you may continue.
Thank you. Welcome back. So again, when we left off at lunch, I had just spoken about the elements of murder, and we talked about malice that can be express or implied. I went through an example of implied, and that in this case you have a clear intentional killing, so you have evidence of an express malice with intent that preceded the act, because obviously when we're talking about a conspiracy, we're talking about planning. I am obviously, as I said earlier, not going to go over every piece of evidence in this case, but I am going to give you examples of things that you can look for. That doesn't mean that when you go back in the jury room that you might not come up with numerous examples of your own from the evidence that I've gone through, but one of the examples obviously is the defendant writing Mrs. Baker on that mirror in June of 2016. Also, as I mentioned, and we're going to talk about a little more detail, sending the secret information for the home surveillance cameras to Baker. I talked about that this morning, but what I did not mention, and you can see it here in the slide, not only does the defendant send that email to Robert Baker, but if you recall the testimony of Officer Curtis Davis, she then engages in more consciousness of guilt evidence, because what does she do? She deletes the email that she sends to Baker. So again, they're constantly using various forms of communication that they then destroy. Similar to what we're going to talk about when we get to post-arrest conduct within the jail and the extensive evidence that was brought out by Detective Mitzi Roberts with respect to using various schemes to communicate, again, secretly and destroying that evidence. She also, we know, had to have shared the location of that DVR, and I'm going to get into the evidence that proves that, because as you also heard, it was, I think it was Detective Gable testified that Baker was 5'7", and you saw the height of that cabinet just outside the door leading from the kitchen into the garage on the left. So if you were going in from the garage, it'd be on your right, and that you have this cabinet that's about, I don't know, looks to be a person. You saw a picture of detectives there in the crime scene photos. It's clearly over 6 feet tall, and we'll talk about the description of the DVR box. That's a slimline DVR box, the new DVR. And it's on top of this cabinet, and we'll talk a little bit about how it's, as Detective Gable said, it wasn't in plain view. Someone would have to point it out to you, and there was that moment of testimony where defense counsel, if you remember, Miss Delia Rivera Pacheco, when she came in to testify, who used to be the housekeeper for the Sementillis that came every 2 weeks, defense counsel tried to get her to say, oh yeah,
Your Honor, that's improper.
It's overruled.
the DVR box, and he showed her a picture of the garage, remember, with the cabinet, and she's looking at the photograph, and she has no idea what he's talking about, because as she testified, she knew that there was one day where, when she was in the house, Monica had said something to her about, oh, something's wrong with one of the cameras, I'm going to go in the garage and fix it. But Delia, she has no idea where that box is. And she's at the house, cleaning the house every 2 weeks, and has no idea that that box was, prior to the murder, kept on top of that tall cabinet in the garage. We'll talk more about that. You also heard, again, from Detective Mitzi Roberts about the 180 Viber communications with Baker on January 22nd of 2017, and I am going to spend some time on January 22nd because that's a critical date, and you have an exhibit of those communications that was created as a summary from the Viber records that is in evidence for you. Also, we heard that on that same date of January 22nd, while Baker is waiting at the strip mall ahead of time because he's already been told by the defendant 2.5 hours prior to Fabio going out there, he has, after a phone call from the defendant, there are then, when he gets out to that location, as you heard from Cy Ray testify, that there were 69 Viber communications going back and forth between the defendant and Baker just while Baker was waiting in that back parking lot behind the strip mall. You also have the evidence that on, as I said, January 22nd, the defendant sends Fabio out to that strip mall location, the same location that she gave Baker so that he would know where to be ready and waiting. So if you think about the type of place that they were going to pick up from that night. Remember the testimony of Robert Baker where he said, well, I knew the family only used 2 different locations that they ever picked up Chinese from, and I knew one was a Thai place. Well, that's not Chinese, it's Thai. And the other one was pho, which some people might think it's Chinese, but it's not, it's Vietnamese. So even in his own testimony, he just kept doubling down on his lies and dug himself into not just a hole, but a grave. And so we heard that testimony as well, that he just coincidentally, on his own, figures out which of those 2 places Fabio's going to be at and then sits there and waits for Fabio before Fabio even knows himself that he's going to be going out to pick up pho that night. So either Baker's lying, another series of incredible coincidences, or Baker had some sort of crystal ball because he knows what Fabio is going to be doing before Fabio even knows. So that's the kind of evidence that I'm talking about. And you can see from what I'm describing, you could go on and on and on through the evidence in this case. I'm just pulling out certain pieces that show you intent to kill or express malice aforethought. And there's more. There's also the 95 Viber communications between the defendant and Baker on January 23rd. Now note that it's less communications than the day prior, but what do we know about January 22nd? Well, we know January 22nd was a Sunday, right? And so we also heard the defendant's home that day, and we hear that because Ernie Valorano, if you recall, comes over to the house that day. He and Fabio take a ride in the Porsche. They're trying to get the Porsche fixed. He's leaving to go out of town the next day with his wife, and he doesn't learn about the murder until he lands, I think, in London. And so that day, the defendant has more free time, right? Because Fabio's out of the house and he's in the garage. You heard about this very odd exchange that occurred between Fabio and Monica that Sunday that Ernie was a little bit uncomfortable with. It wasn't the norm. But on the 23rd, which is a Monday, we have less communications. But what do we know about Monday? We know that she actually is with Baker for part of that day, right? She starts calling him at 6:50 in the morning. They start Vibering each other. It's Vibers, we're going to use it as a verb in this case. And she meets him at LA Fitness, right? And they're there for, I think she's there for a little bit under, I think it's like 54 minutes, a little bit under an hour, where she's there with Jessica. When supposedly the defendant works out with Jessica, is on the treadmill, and somehow Jessica missed a portion of that short time period where the defendant went and played racquetball with Baker. This injury occurs, and he bleeds all over. We know that's a bunch of hooey. I don't know how to spell that. But then again, she doesn't need to be vibering so often with Baker because, as I said, they're together for a period of time. She goes home, and then she starts communicating with Baker again the minute that they're out of eyesight of each other. And then what does she do? She goes and she meets him at Target. Okay? So we know that they're together for a portion of that time, and the only time they're not communicating via Viber is during the time periods when they're together, either at LA Fitness or at the Target lot, and then only one time during that window, suddenly, when we know this murder is going down, where the defendant sends a message, I believe it was to Baker, I believe it was at 4:46, and we'll talk about that when we get there. So, again, we know that she has this secret meetup in the Target parking lot. Now, why do I call it a secret meetup? Because they were so secretive about it, right? It's, as Deborah Obad would call, shady behavior. The defendant, she contacts Baker, she knows he's in the Target lot, they're vibering, she communicates with him up until the point where she's taking that right off of the, I think it's Winnetka, into the parking lot, or Ventura into the parking lot, and then we see that she goes and does this weird thing where she stops at the area right in front of where the Payless store would be on the left. So when she comes in from Ventura, she takes a right, she then makes a left, she stops in front of the Payless, as I said, and we know Baker's still in the lot. And this winds up being this whole back and forth where we're fighting all about, like, could Baker still be in the lot? Is he not in the lot? Maybe he's not in the lot. How would we know that they met up? The phone records put them there. Cyril told you they're both in the lot at the same time. And then Baker gets on the stand and says, yes, so I met her at the Target. So we know also from looking at the video that when she comes in, Baker has now reparked the rental car, the Versa, at the back of the lot where Detective Roberts told you she went out and she looked at that little alcove area, we saw photos of it, and that there's a way that you can go around into that back shopping center and it brings you out of view of the camera. Why would anybody do that if you're not trying to hide? And if they're not trying to hide, when the defendant comes into the lot and stops, and as Detective Gable and Detective Roberts told you, you can see the figure and you can watch it back as many times as you want. That someone comes in and appears to get into the front passenger seat, the defendant then parks to the back of the lot. And I think it's a little over 4 minutes. And they have some communication, and I'm going to tell you what I believe happened during that 4-minute period in a little bit. And then Baker gets out, he goes back to his car, all of a sudden you see the Versa, he's pulling out of the lot to go pick up Austin, or as he testified to, Austin was hiding in the car. And then the defendant goes and parks her car close to the front of the store and goes into the Target to create her alibi, as we also heard about from Austin. So that's why I refer to it as secretive behavior, consciousness of guilt. And at this point, we know that she has communications with Jessica to don't be late for babysitting. And Jessica's response isn't just, thanks, it's LOL, laugh out loud. Okay. And so she leaves. The defendant checks the IDMS app to make sure she leaves. And then we know that she lies, and we'll talk about this at some point later, numerous times to law enforcement about various things to cover up the murder and what she did on that day. She also makes numerous admissions, and as I said, the court is going to instruct you on the difference between confessions and admissions, and statements by a defendant are generally considered admissions. So you're going to hear instruction on that, and if you recall, we had the evidence that there were numerous statements after the arrest that she makes while she's communicating with Baker, both in the back of the black and white vehicle on June 14th, when they are whispering to each other, and we heard about the failed attempt by the detectives to have redundancy in terms of the recording devices in the vehicle, and then again when she's in the cell with the Perkins agent, and then the spontaneous statements that she makes to explain away the DNA to Detective Gable. So there's all of that. So again, I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the evidence in this case, and obviously there's a lot more than that, and you'll hear more as I go through today, but feel free to make note of whatever rings a bell with you. So now, I've talked about murder, and when we talk about murder, murder in general is murder of the second degree, unless there's something in addition that causes the murder to be a first-degree murder, elevates it up to the level of first-degree murder. And in this case, the judge is going to instruct you on two different theories of first-degree murder. One is willful, deliberate, premeditated murder. I think that's the one most people think of when they think of first-degree murder. Oh, it's a willful, deliberate, premeditated murder, and I'm going to go through it. The other is murder by means of lying in wait. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, when we look at the things, the type of evidence that support a willful, deliberate, premeditated first-degree murder, they're the same kind of things that we're going to talk about when we get to conspiracy. Because again, when you're talking about a conspiracy to commit a crime, there's planning, there's deliberation and premeditation. So a lot of the evidence that supports both counts 1 and 2 are the same. In addition to that, when I talk about first-degree murder, the second theory of first-degree murder, murder by means of lying in wait, I am also going to get to one of the special circumstances in this case that also is based on similar evidence, and that is the special circumstance allegation of lying in wait. So there's a theory of first-degree murder by means of lying in wait, but there's also a special circumstance if you meet the elements for lying in wait. They are two different paths to first-degree murder. The interesting thing is, let's say half of you think, I think it's a willful, deliberate, premeditated murder. The other half of you say, I don't think so. I think it's a murder by means of lying in wait. The law says you don't have to be unanimous as to which theory of murder you base your decision on, as long as all 12 of you agree that at least one applies. So as long as you all agree it's a first-degree murder, how you get there, what path you choose, doesn't matter. For instance, there's a couple different ways I can come from my house in the morning and get to the Hall of Justice, my office across the street. Either of those ways will get me there. Which one I choose doesn't matter as long as I get there. I hope that makes sense. So you're going to see an instruction the court's going to give you. It's going to read it to you, and it's going to talk about the fact that you do not have to be unanimous as to which theory of first-degree murder applies, as long as you all agree at least one does. I am going to argue to you they both apply. And it is entirely reasonable that the 12 of you, and you never know when you are up, because you've seen what's happened throughout this trial, you might all say, I think it's both. All 12 of you. Doesn't matter. When you get to the verdict forms, you're going to see the forms will be separated. There will be one for guilt and one for not guilty for the two crimes. Crime number 1, murder, which we've talked about. Crime number 2, I'm going to talk about in a minute, conspiracy to commit murder. When we talk about murder, there will be a place on the form that you will have to fill in as to whether or not it's murder in the first degree. It will not necessarily indicate, I haven't looked at the forms yet the way they are, but it will not you might not have to put in, I don't believe you're going to have to put in which theory. It's only going to ask you whether or not you all agree it's murder in the first degree. But the judge is going to instruct you on both of these theories because both of them are supported by the evidence in this case. I hope that makes sense. Okay. All right, so I'm going to talk about each of them. 2 theories of first-degree murder. I'm going to, as I said, they both apply here. I'm going to talk about the evidence that supports both of them. First one, willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. What does that mean? Well, willful, again, just like we were talking about the definition of murder, intentional murder, it's the plain meaning. Deliberate, you're going to hear from the instruction that deliberate means that you got there or was formed based on the careful thought and weighing of the considerations for and against a particular course of action. Now, I want to tell you that when we talk about deliberation, the law does not say that means you have to sit down and take a sheet of paper and make a pros and cons form and make a line down the middle and write all, this is the pros, this is the cons. That's not what we're talking about. But there has to be some consideration, some thought that goes into this. And we know there was an awful lot of thought because I'm going to talk about the fact that they had been planning this for quite some time. And we're going to talk about the July 2016 Las Vegas trip, as well as the spike in communications that Detective Roberts talked about, which is represented in another exhibit between the dates of January 11th and January 13th of 2017, when there are communications going back and forth between the defendant on her mobile phone, on her house phone, to Baker, and then he is communicating with Austin, and back and forth. And then in the middle of those 3 days, lo and behold, Austin, with money provided by Baker, purchases his airline ticket to LAX to commit this crime 2 weeks out on the 23rd. So, deliberate means, as I said, there has to be some thought that goes into it, because obviously they even thought about and talked about, as we heard from Austin and from Baker, about how to commit the murder. Gun would be too noisy. We talked about stabbing and how that's such a up-close personal way to commit this kind of a crime. Obviously, if you thought of, let's say, strangulation, if you're talking about a guy like Fabio, he's a big guy, that's going to be tough, especially given the amount of time that would take. So they're thinking about how to do it. Baker tells you about how he bought various knives, that he brought a particular knife with him to Las Vegas to show it to Austin to gauge his reaction, and all of this. So again, planning, and they're weighing out how they're going to do it. Premeditated means it's considered beforehand. And as you're going to hear from the law that Judge Cohen's going to read to you, no exact measure of time is required. So the law, as I said, doesn't require someone to sit down and write up this pros and cons form or sit for a period of time and think about it. The test under the law is not the duration of time, it's not the amount of time, but it's the extent of the reflection, which in this case is enormous, given the planning behavior. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about motive again here. And as I told you earlier, you're going to have instructions on motive, the existence of motive, or the lack thereof. In this case, we have a lot of evidence of motive. As I mentioned earlier, we have this obsessive nature of this particular intense affair. We're not just talking about maybe a fling. We're talking about an intense affair that's continued for over a year, where they have engaged in this alternate lifestyle that we heard about with the swinging, totally different, and obviously appealing to the defendant than being a wife and mother. And we heard about the fact that they were making future plans to be together. We talked about the mirror. We also, if you had any question about whether or not the defendant wrote that in lipstick in November of 2016 on Baker's mirror, we presented to you several jail kites letters that she sent to Baker that were found in Baker's cell, where she signed the jail letters the same way: Mrs. Baker, Mrs. Monica Baker, MB, all of that. So we know, obviously, that that is her writing and her future intent. We heard about Sheila Salehian testifying that the defendant and Baker often talked about making plans to be together in the future because they loved each other and wanted to be together, and that the defendant was unhappy in her marriage. One of the other instructions that you're going to get from Judge Cohen relates not just to admissions, but to what's often referred to as adoptive admissions under the law. And adoptive admissions are when you are in a situation where someone says something, and it would be the type of situation where typically one would respond if it wasn't true, but instead you remain silent. So you were adopting. In other words, the fact that Baker says things to people in front of Monica and she goes along with it, like the time when the defendant and Baker go to Vegas for the first time, and Baker introduces them to Ron and Michelle Ray. And after they have this lunch at, I think it was a P.F. Chang, Ron said to the defendant, "What's your last name?" And he's putting her contact info into his phone. And he said that the defendant and Baker both looked at each other, and Baker responded, "Just put Baker," and the defendant said something about her name being long or complicated or something like that. So that's an example of what we're talking about. We also heard that Ron Ray testified that Baker came to Las Vegas. If you remember, Baker stayed again, although this was never brought out during the 12-13 interviews he had with the defense, but he stayed at various locations, various people's homes after the murder while he was waiting to see if the police would be coming for him. And he had the defendant communicating regularly with LAPD, asking about DNA results and things like that, because obviously Baker knows he's cut himself, and they've discussed this. And she wants to make sure there's no evidence that can point to Baker, because if Baker gets arrested, that just ruins their entire plan for this entire crime. So if you recall, when Baker comes to Las Vegas, he initially comes out at the beginning of February when the defendant goes to Toronto for the funeral services the first week in February of 2017. Baker goes to Al Birdsong's in Las Vegas, and he stays there for a period of time before he comes back. And that's after he's already been at various other locations. He comes back, and sometime around Valentine's Day, remember Roger Brown said, he came over and said, "Oh, I'm gonna stay with you and make sure you're okay." But obviously Baker's doing it so that Baker's okay. So Ron says that Baker says that he and Monica are going to be living together soon, and that they're already making plans to move in together, and that was already in progress. And that's at the beginning of February. Then both Baker and the defendant come back to Vegas, as we heard, in March of 2017, when they meet up there, and they, for the first time with the Rays, and the defendant reiterates exactly what Baker had said from the month before, that they're planning on moving in together soon, that she's going to sell her big expensive house in the Los Angeles area, and that she's going to buy a place in Las Vegas for Rob, and she's going to come and go, and they're going to travel to Italy and all these other things. So we know that they're already talking about their future plans, and Fabio's body is barely cold, and the defendant is acting as if she has a lot of money, and she's picking up bills and things like that for everybody. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a little bit, but when we get to the special circumstance. But remember again, we're talking about the defendant who, other than the money that she's taking in from this app that Fabio created, Scissor Boy, that she's taking in as her business and writing off, she doesn't really have another source of income other than Fabio. And then Baker, when he started telling you about how he was living off all the money that he had from his porno days or his management days, when I started showing him the bank accounts, he was very shocked to see his balances. So again, there's obviously been a communication between the defendant and Baker regarding the money that's coming, because that's the money that's going to fund their lifestyle. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, we talked about the two ways to get to first-degree murder, the first being the willful, deliberate, premeditated avenue, and I just explained that. And the second is by means of lying in wait. So what are the elements of first-degree murder by means of lying in wait? And what you're going to see in a couple minutes is that the instructions and the evidence are going to be very similar to the special circumstance allegation. So first-degree murder by means of lying in wait is generally characterized by a surprise attack, one would say, on an unsuspecting victim from a position of advantage. And what it requires is there has to be a period of watching and waiting for an opportune time to act. So let's start with that element, watching and waiting. So number one, we have on the 23rd, Baker and Austin are waiting around for Monica to give them the signal that Fabio is alone. Okay? We also have more watching and waiting. If you remember Austin testifying, and Baker actually as well, that when they got to the house, Austin said, per Baker, Monica said he's out on the patio, right? And so they're sneaking through the house. Whether you believe they came in through the front door, whether that she left unlocked, or whether she left the slider unlocked, doesn't really matter. They are sneaking through the house. Remember, Baker kept going over how he was so careful about entering because he wanted to make sure, bless you, that he didn't tip anybody off. I also want to point out something else that I don't believe is in my outline, but I remember thinking about it during the trial. Remember that when the defendant comes back from LA Fitness on the 23rd with Jessica, Fabio and Jessica are in the kitchen, and she is doing something in the living room, and she also mentions this later in the interviews with law enforcement. I think she might have said she was folding laundry or something of that nature and watching television and on her phone, and the television is on. Now, Fabio is working from home that day. He's not sitting in the house. He's in the kitchen. He's out on the patio. He's making business calls. He's back in the kitchen. He's on his laptop. And he's going back and forth. And when the defendant leaves to go meet Baker, at the Target parking lot, which is only 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes away, she leaves the TV on. Why does she leave the TV on? There's no one sitting in the living room. Delia, Miss Pacheco, she's there. She's cleaning. She's going to get her stuff done. Her family's going to come pick her up. She's leaving. Jessica is leaving to babysit. The only reason the TV is left on is to cover any sound that might be made by Baker and Austin coming into the house. Because Baker and Austin are going to have to come into the home very carefully so as not to tip off Fabio. Because even though they've been told he's sitting on the patio, you heard about the fact that they parked the Versa down a ways from the house and then jog up to the house. And so there's no way of knowing that Fabio isn't going to go into the kitchen to get something to drink or go in and open up his laptop. So there is, again, another period of watching and waiting as Baker and Austin come into the home to scout out exactly where Fabio is. And of course, he's still out in his home office on the back patio. And you remember that whole portion of testimony that went on indeterminately where Baker was talking about how he was waiting to see if Fabio could come in, and he didn't. And so that's when I brought up to him, because of course they never asked him, why is the power turned off? Remember when Detective Verna talked about going out to the crime scene and several of the levers in the power box just, again, next to that tall cabinet right outside the kitchen door in the garage? Why are several levers of the power turned off such that you had to pull on the emergency release for the garage door? Remember we got DNA, touch DNA from Baker's hands off that emergency release that was hanging down inside the garage? Why did you turn off the power? Because then you'd have to pull on the emergency release to get the Porsche out. And he said, oh, I did that because I was trying to lure him inside. Remember that? I don't know if he turned off the power because he was going to yank the DVR out of the wall up there on top of the cabinet. There's some things in this case we're never going to know, right? We get some more details filled in by Austin, but there's some details in this case we're just never going to know. Because, again, how do you take anything from Baker's mouth to heart without having it corroborated by independent evidence? You can't. So, again, there's this period of watching and waiting, even once they get to the house, for the opportune time for he and Austin to rush out and subdue Fabio, who's much bigger and weighs much more than Baker. So that's going to take two. Then, the second element of murder by means of lying in wait, there has to be concealment. Now, when we talk about concealment, concealment by ambush or secret design, the instruction says it's not necessarily concealment of your person, but concealment of your purpose or your secret design. So again, if you think about the defendant where she's watching and waiting for the opportune time, and we heard that things went sideways the day before because Austin got cold feet at the strip mall. Now they're on to the 23rd trying to find an opportune time, and they have to sort of fit this in on that day. We are never going to know why Fabio wasn't at his colonoscopy appointment, what caused him to cancel, or if that wasn't really true, but somehow he is persuaded by the defendant, obviously, to stay home. And so there is concealment by ambush or secret design in order to take him by surprise. So again, if you think about a surprise attack where you're concealing your true purpose, that's what the law speaks to, and you're going to hear instructions on this as the second theory of first-degree murder. So, again, we know the defendant is the one that has to set this up. There's no way Baker is going to be doing that. He needs inside information in order to get this job done. And so, of course, Fabio has no clue, no idea of what the defendant has been plotting with Baker, and that this is going to wind up being his last day on earth. And again, if you're talking about a situation where someone has a brief affair or a fling and cheats on their spouse and then realizes, I'm not going to destroy my whole life for this, that is not the type of affair that we have in this case. We have an obsessive love affair where this defendant is willing to blow up everything to be with Robert Baker. And so in order to get there, she has to lie in wait for the opportune time, just like we talked about. This would also apply to what they did on the day prior, on the 22nd, where she has to come up with an opportune time to send Fabio somewhere because they are going to ambush him and kill him in this shopping center, in this strip mall, when he goes out to pick up food the night before on Sunday night. So, again, what the law says and what Judge Cohen's going to read to you is that when it comes to lying in wait as a means of first-degree murder, just as we talked about with respect to premeditation, it's not about an exact period of time or the duration of time, and that's what the law says again with respect to lying in wait. There's no time requirement, provided that the duration of whatever time is spent is a state of mind equivalent, and look at this, we're going back to what I just talked about. Like I said, there's a lot of overlap to premeditation or deliberation, okay? So we're talking about the fact that there is planning, that there is a thought process that goes on, and that this is considered, obviously, before they kill Fabio Sementilli. Very similar. So, again, with respect to lying in wait as a first-degree murder, concealment of purpose and a surprise attack. That is the hallmark of a lying in wait murder. Also, again, just as I mentioned with respect to the money, the financial gain, keep in mind, Baker, as I said, not only did he plead guilty to the murder, to the conspiracy to commit murder, but he also pled guilty to the special circumstances of lying in wait, and he also pled guilty to the financial gain special circumstance. So, two special circumstances where he is lying in wait, that he admits to, as well as committing the murder for financial gain. So again, what does that mean, that Baker has now admitted to committing this murder for financial gain? I'm 100% certain that Baker is not one of the beneficiaries on any of Fabio Sementilli's life insurance policies or his beneficiary to any of his estate. So how is Baker going to get his hands on money? How does he derive a financial gain? The only way he derives a financial gain is through the defendant, because that tells you, again, they discussed this, because he's expecting the two of them are going to be spending their future together and that they're going to live off of Fabio's money. Okay? So, just as I talked about there being two different ways to get to first-degree murder, two different ways that you could get malice aforethought. In this case, once you determine that you are talking about a first-degree murder, whether you get there by a lying-in-wait theory of first-degree murder, or whether you get there by a willful, deliberate, premeditated theory of first-degree murder, once you make a decision that this is a first-degree murder, only then do you move on to the special circumstances. If you find her not guilty, you don't got to worry about any of this stuff. Okay? But once you make a finding on the verdict forms that this is a first-degree murder, then you're going to be asked to determine not guilty or not guilty, as you do with the charges of murder and conspiracy, but true or not true as to the two special circumstance allegations in this case. There are two, as I just mentioned, one being, again, murder by means of lying in wait, and I'm going to go through the law and the special circumstance, and it's going to sound very similar to what we talked about in terms of the elements with respect to first-degree murder. And then murder for financial gain. Again, both special circumstances that Baker pled to, because we didn't give him anything. So if we're not giving him anything, he either pleads to the sheet or he goes to trial. And of course, as you heard in this case, why does he do that? And you heard about all of these complaints about, oh, his attorney didn't tell him this, and the judge didn't tell him that, and he didn't know what the evidence was, and so on and so forth. Keep in mind, the one thing he does say he knew about was the DNA evidence. And you hear he and the defendant talking to each other about the DNA evidence in the lockup overhears. And he talks about, it's just a few drops of DNA. What does that mean? Well, it depends. Depends if you have a DNA expert on the stand who's worth their salt, right? Another thing I just want to throw in here, when we talk about expert witnesses, because there were numerous experts that testified, and it's not, again, not in my closing, but every time I walk away from the podium, I think of something else. When you are talking about the evaluation of an expert, or whether you're talking about the opinions of an expert or even a non-expert, the most important thing to keep in mind is when someone expresses an opinion, again, I'll give you a perfect example. You want to look at the foundation, the basis of the opinion, right? Because if the basis of the opinion is solid, then you can build on it, right? Then you can say, well, if you have this, you follow the protocols. If you're talking about, let's say, a DNA expert, you're accredited, it makes you do things so that we can tell that the results you obtain are reliable and repeatable. That's the whole point of science, right? It has to be repeatable, it has to be reliable. It has to be something where someone else could come in, do the same work you did, and get the same result. The basis of the opinion has to be solid. Garbage in, garbage out, right? So let's, I'll segue over to her for a brief moment. Deborah Obad, right? Nancy Drew here. She's calling LAPD and she's telling them what to do, right? Like I said, detectives, they'll sit there all day long, they'll take in your information, but they're going to assess and they're going to do their own analysis and they're going to take in, but they're not going to give it out, right? They're going to play it close to the vest. They're not going to compromise anything. You have somebody like Deborah Obad who calls up and says, I think it's this person. I think it's that person. What is the basis of your opinion? Why do you think that? He's a short, boring Jew. Okay. So, again, what's the basis of your opinion? I think it's this guy because there's DNA connecting him to the crime. Okay? very different, right? It has to be solid. And again, whether we're talking about expert opinion or we're talking about what's referred to as lay opinion, someone who's not an expert, but they're going to say, I believe this is what it is based on X, Y, and Z. You have to have a foundation that is reliable in order to base your opinion. So also keep that in mind when you're looking at the evidence in this case. So let's talk about the two special circumstance allegations. As I told you, the two of them in this case is you have to have an intentional murder that's committed for financial gain. Well, we already talked about the fact that this is an intentional murder. I mean, this was a murder that was planned to the hilt, right? I mean, there is mountains and mountains of planning behavior that you heard about for weeks and weeks. So there's a plan to receive Fabio's money, whether it be from life insurance, whether it be from stock options, whether it be, you heard about pension plans, savings plans, benefits, all of this money that Fabio had accrued over the years in his career. Intentional murder for financial gain. The second one, intentional murder by means of lying in wait. All right, let's break them down. The lying in wait, special circumstance. First of all, you have to have an intentional murder. We've already talked about that. We know it's an express malice, intentional murder. It was very premeditated and deliberate and planned out. And it has to be by means of lying in wait. So here the law requires that there be a substantial period of waiting and watching, or watching and waiting for the opportune time to act. We talked about the period of watching and waiting when it came to the first degree theory of murder. Here, for the lying in wait special circumstance, the law requires that the period has to be substantial. And it talks about that the state of mind has to be equivalent, again, to premeditation and deliberation. Okay? Which we've talked about. And then, once again, there is concealment of purpose, as I mentioned before when we talked about the lying in wait theory of first-degree murder. Concealment by ambush or secret design, because again, Fabio is going to be ambushed, whether they planned it the night before at the strip mall while he's picking up food, or ambushed in his backyard by a secret design in order to take him by surprise. Now we know, based on just even the way the crime scene looks, that this was something Fabio never saw coming. Whether you look at the despicable videotape of her dancing and singing with Fabio in the weeks before the murder, or the crime scene itself, he was being set up, right? What do we know? What does the evidence show us that bears this out? We know from listening to the testimony of the chief medical examiner in this case that Fabio did not sustain any defensive wounds. Defensive wounds meaning to the hands, to the forearm area, because somebody who is trying to ward off an attack, human instinct is the first thing you do is you're going to put your hands up, right? So classic defensive wounds that you would expect. He doesn't even have the time to do that. He doesn't even have the opportunity. That's how fast this goes down. He is sitting outside. He's got his side to the door. He's facing towards his television over in the corner against that kitchen area, and they rush him, right? And Austin talks about how one of them he put his hands over Fabio's eyes so Fabio couldn't see where the knife attack is coming from. They put the hand over the mouth so he can't scream, so that the neighbors aren't alerted, and they stab him numerous times, and he goes down, right? He stands up at some point, obviously, because he's lying over the chair, right? He's got the handset for the home phone sitting on the chair that we see. His left wrist is hanging down with his Rolex watch, but he's got no defensive wounds. He had no time to defend himself. He would never have thought in a million years, he would never have fathomed that his wife of almost 20 years would conspire with her lover to murder him. So, again, take a look at the crime scene photos for that purpose in this case. I am not going to show you any autopsy photos. We went through that so that you could get an idea of the injuries that Fabio sustained. In this case, feel free to look at them again if you need to. In the back, you'll have all of the evidence available to you. One more thing I do want to say about the defense videos of the defendant and Fabio dancing and singing. Those videos may very well be proof of how much Fabio adored his wife. And that was testified to by several witnesses. But all it shows on behalf of the defendant is how well she was able to fool her own family, including her daughters and her husband, into believing that she was a loving, devoted wife, which she clearly was not. Another piece of evidence that backfired. Now, the financial gain special circumstance. You were told by the defense that there was no financial motive for the defendant to kill her husband. Now, in this case, there are at least two different motives that I'm going to talk about today. One, I've already spoken about, and that was the defendant's plan to be with her lover, Robert Baker. The second being the money. We heard a lot about the money. And by obtaining Fabio's money, that would give them the basis to be able to marry, if they so chose, to travel, to fund their lifestyle, to buy houses, property, whatever else they talked about. So I'm going to spend the next several minutes talking about money and the financial gain special circumstance. Some of it is very dry. You heard various experts testify in this case, but I'm going to bring it down to a very simple concept. There's no life insurance without death. This was an intentional murder. It was carried out for financial gain. Baker admitted to that. The defendant believed that her husband's death would result in this financial gain. Now, when Judge Cohen reads you this instruction, probably at some point tomorrow, if not Monday, these are the elements of the financial gain special circumstance. Part of that instruction also reads that the defendant need not actually receive any financial benefit. It's the expectation of the gain. In other words, the motive for the murder that is the key. In this case, we know she did get a significant amount of money. The thing that was held back, if you recall, was the life insurance. Remember that. There was other monies that were paid out, and I'm going to talk about some of that. So again, whether or not the defendant actually received the life insurance is irrelevant. It's the expectation by committing the murder that she's going to be able to receive some financial gain. And it doesn't say, notice, oh, it has to be more than X amount. It could be $1, right? We know in this case it was substantial. Also, this instruction tells you that financial gain does not need to be the primary or the sole motive for the murder. So as I said, the fact that this murder is committed not just for money, but also so that she can live her future with her true soulmate, Robert Baker, that is okay. It doesn't have to be your primary or your sole motive. So what type of evidence do we have in this case that proves, again, I always like to come back and tie it back to the evidence. What evidence do we have? Well, first of all, the very night of Fabio's murder, the defendant begins talking about and inquiring about the money. Remember the testimony from Fabio's boss, Sal Mocheri, the CEO of Wella at the time. Remember that after he gets word that Fabio has been killed, he takes some of his top execs with him. Takes Henry Meyer, head of HR. He takes Dave Diaz, who was previously Fab's boss up in Canada when he was working for P&G. And remember Dave Diaz and Ruben Carranza, we'll talk about that. Before Fabio even accepts this position with Wella that then it gets bought out a couple of times, Dave Diaz and Ruben Carranza take not just Fabio, but the defendant out with Fabio for dinner. And they talk about financial benefits and why this is a good move for somebody who is running hair salons in Canada and is a top hair platform artist with his sister Morella. And so remember, Sal says he goes out to the scene, he brings his people with him, they get eyes on Monica, they go back to the office, and these people are devastated, right? And they rally and they get together and they say, what can we do to support Monica and the kids for Fabio? What are we going to do, right? And what does he tell you? He tells you that he then starts receiving text messages from Deborah Obad. And I think at this point I probably don't have to explain to you why you could picture that happening in your own head, why someone would be that presumptuous, right? And she's texting, by the way, just so that you know, she has somehow Sal Mocheri's cell phone number. He's the CEO, right, of Wella. And she's texting him, can you guys figure out his life insurance? This is within hours of Fabio being stabbed to death. Monica is asking. She said it all changed with Cody. It's different. She means Cody, C-O-T-Y. And although she thinks she's that smart, she's not that smart. And I'll tell you why in a minute. And so what does Sal tell you? And I know it's been a while since you remember Sal testifying, but Sal says she was so presumptuous, she was so forward, obnoxious would be my word, that he shows these messages, remember? He goes and shows them to Henry, and he's like, what is up with this? And he responds very professionally. He says, best scenario is for Henry, because Henry we know is the HR director for Wella, and someone from his family, meaning not you, we're not going to talk to you, kind of like law enforcement, about Fab's money, someone from his family to have a discussion. Like, not your place, lady. Can you have someone call Henry tomorrow afternoon? Sure. Who? Monica cannot talk. Yeah, well, you heard what happened from there. So remember that these text messages from Obed continue onto Sal's phone into the early morning hours of the next day, saying the defendant wants to know about the life insurance. And Sal testified that he thought it was bizarre at the time because, as he said, and as you saw from him and various other individuals that came in and testified from the company, he thought it was bizarre because it wouldn't be anybody's main concern at that point. We're talking about somebody who was just brutally murdered. And he thought it was highly inappropriate. And so Sal then tells you that he was aware after the fact of that night that Henry was putting together a set of documents for the defendant with all the contact information in order to be able to reach out to all of the individuals, because remember, before Fabio comes to the U.S., he's working for, he's a platform artist, an independent contractor along with Morella for P&G and Wella up in Canada, and so he had benefits even from the company in Canada. And so all of this is being put together with the appropriate individuals of who to contact to access all of the information. And what Sal testified is over the course of the next several weeks and months that he was made aware as the CEO that the defendant was harassing and pressuring Henry and his staff about the life insurance payout. And you heard from every single person that testified that these individuals at Wella did everything and anything that they could to try and make the defendant happy, and that they sent her claim to Tracy Rakovich, who was the HR benefits person for Cody, for the entire company out of New York, the New York headquarters. And that claim was submitted to MetLife, who the company contracted with in order to provide benefits and life insurance to their employees. And yet, even though it was out of Wella's hands, the defendant continued to harass Henry at that point, despite it being explained to her numerous times that the claim was now within the hands of the insurance company that doesn't work for Wella. They're a separate company. Then you heard from Sam Pulera. If you remember Sam, he's somebody who knew Fabio. He was a hairdresser himself. He worked at salons like Fabio did. He was also working for P&G and Wella, and Fob brought him into the company when he came. Like I said earlier today, Fob was one of those guys who wanted to take everybody up with him on his way up, and gave him a position. And Sam looked up to Fabio, he looked up to Monica, and despite the fact that the defense tried to spin the story that the defendant was unaware, even the divorce lawyer that was name-dropping all of his clients made some comment about her being unaware of what the policies and benefits were. We know that is a completely false story based on the evidence. Again, always coming back to the evidence, not speculation, evidence. There has to be a basis for opinion. So what we learned from Sam Pulera was that the defendant, as well as Fabio, had told him numerous times, including when they had a going away party. Remember that? For Fabio, before he left Toronto to move to the United States, there was a going away party up in Canada, and Sam was talking to Fabio and to Monica about the benefits and things like that that Fob was going to get by coming to this company and leaving the country. And in front of the defendant, Fabio told him he gives all of the financials, all the financial documents go to Monica for her to handle, and they talked about things like life insurance and profit sharing and stock. And the defendant boasted about how she handles all of the family finances. Now, we also heard that same story from Morella, who talked about the fact that when Fabio got married to the defendant and they opened up Salon Fabio in Canada, that the defendant was the one who handled the books. Fabio obviously handled the clients, but the defendant was the one who was handling the family's finances. And we also heard some information from Robert Baker, which Ron Ray said he realized some of it was only half true, that Baker's girlfriend was, a professor, and it turned out she taught classes in salon management up in Canada. So again, the same type of thing that we heard from various people. She's the one that's handling the family's finances. Fabio's making the money. And of course, there were numerous statements the defendant made that demonstrated her knowledge of what assets Fabio had, including, as we talked about, the life insurance, the stock options at that going away party, and that she told Sam Pulera at that time, before they even moved to the United States, that she was convinced. She was convinced that they should make this move to the United States because of the great financial benefits, and that's what Sam testified about. And then again, you heard that once Fabio brought Sam on board into the company, that Fabio's team, year after year, kept winning these things that the company called Trendsetter Award trips, where they would send you and your spouse or your significant other on these trips to Hawaii, Maui, various places. And on one of those trips in 2011, Sam Pulera and his wife were lucky enough on Fab's team to go on one of these trips with Fabio and Monica to Hawaii, where they had lunch together one day, and she basically proved her knowledge to Sam because she was telling him how he's got to buy into the stock options and all these other retirement plans because when you wait, they increase in value. Common sense. And so we heard a bunch of talk in this trial about, well, how did she know what they were worth then and what were they worth now? And anyway, back and forth. The bottom line is she knew that if she left that there, these stock options are going to increase in value. And so what you heard was exactly what she said to Sam Pulera. They may have only been worth $74,000, $75,000, $78,000 in 2017, but right now, they're worth a ton of money, right? And we heard about that from Marie Ebersbacher, and we're also going to talk a little bit about Mr. Rubin, who came back again yesterday. But again, this is what the defendant was encouraging Sam to do, invest in this stuff, because over time, as the company has more success, so will the stock, and therefore your shares will increase in value. And so that was...
Again, that just misstates the testimony.
For the same reason I told the jury relating to their memory of the testimony, the objections overruled.
Again, for the same reason, the defendant, and I'm only just getting started with the money, the defendant on numerous occasions demonstrated her knowledge of what Fabio's assets were and how it worked through numerous pieces of evidence, including when the defendant talked about the fact that the life insurance, she told Sam Pulera, was amazing. The stock options get better and better as the years go on, she told him at lunch in Hawaii. And in 2011, everybody laughed about it, but it became much less funny in January of 2017 when Sam recalled that at that lunch, the defendant told Sam and his wife, "Fabio's worth more dead to me than alive." All right, let's move on. As I mentioned earlier, we heard from Dave Diaz. He was the boss, Fabio's boss, when Fab worked for Wella as a platform artist. He and Ruben Carranza, who was the CEO before Sal Mocheri, took the defendant Fabio out to dinner in 2010 in Toronto in order to discuss the opportunity, as he put it, to grow wealth by coming to work as an executive for Wella. And Dave said that at that dinner, his job was to get Monica on board, and so he told her about the benefits the company offered, such as things like life insurance and stock options and things of that nature. He also testified that after the murder, he went to see the defendant over at the residence, the Sementilli residence on Queen Victoria, a couple of times. And he described some of this bizarre demeanor where she acted distraught, but yet she was shedding no tears. And she kept telling him and everybody else that she didn't know how they would survive financially. And remember this, and this is the same story she gave to law enforcement initially on January 23rd, after the murder, which quickly changed. She knew nothing about Fabio's benefits. And we know that was 100% a lie. How do we know that other than through numerous witnesses? We know because we presented exhibits where Fabio sent emails, just as he and the defendant talked about with Sam Pulera and others, emails of his benefit selections, including the percentages. And you heard from Alicia Truesdale, Fabio's executive assistant, about the fact that in 2016, Fabio was increasing the amount that he was taking out of his paycheck and putting into these policies because she knew that he wanted to make sure that his family was secure. And so, again, although she's telling people like Dave Diaz and Henry and law enforcement on the night of January 23rd and in the days thereafter that she knew nothing about Fab's benefits, we know that all of that was false. And we also heard that Dave Diaz was present at the house because he went there a couple of times on the day that he and Henry went back to the house and sat on the couch with the defendant, and Henry gave the defendant the set of documents that we've also marked as exhibits and put in, listing all of Fabio's assets, including the stock options, the savings plans, the retirement programs, the life insurance, both from the United States and from Canada. We heard from Henry. You remember, he's the gentleman who was the senior HR director for Coty North America, and you heard that he tried his best to help the defendant by preparing all of these documents for her with the contact information for the various assets. And he also said that he did a significant amount of research so that he could determine not only what Fabio had in the United States, but also what Fabio had before Wella was bought out by Coty when they were under the P&G umbrella in Canada. And so he actually sat down and went over all of these assets with the defendant in the days following the murder. And if you recall, again, these are some of the exhibits or portions of the exhibits. You can look under exhibits 102 and 103, but there's numerous financial documents that we put in to support it. And if you recall, he talked about Fabio's life insurance. He talked about Fabio's 401k, and I noticed that on the document that he prepared, he put in what he estimated the value at, and as you heard later, once we subpoenaed documentation from Mr. Rubin, the estate co-administrator, that he complained about because it took so much time to put the documents together. Those documents then were provided to Marie Ebersbacher, who's a forensic accountant in the family law arena, who divorce lawyers hire for these high-priced divorces. This wasn't one of those. This was not as complicated as the cases that she handles. As she talked about, the estate was relatively small. However, what we learned was that Henry underestimated the value of some of these assets, such as the 401k. The documentation shows it was approximately $30,000. The profit share and savings plans, which were $43.6 thousand. Fabio also had an international stock ownership plan through P&G through Canada. They referred to that as an ISOP. There was a 401k savings plan through Cody. He had restricted stock units, and Henry put together documentation on all of these assets, and he talked about how he spent all this time researching so that he could get everything together for her in one place. So when he met with her 3 days later on January 26th, he was able to provide that to her. And again, during that meeting where Dave Diaz was present, she claimed she didn't know about any of Fabio's benefits, and also told him that Fabio handled all the family finances, which we know is the exact opposite of what she told Sam Pulera and others. And she even went so far as to tell Henry that Fabio kept all of his benefits from her, which was also a lie given the emails that we found in her email accounts that we subpoenaed from his 2017 benefits enrollment, both in May and in October of 2016. And those are in the neighborhood of exhibits 96 and 97. Henry also provided contact information, as I said, regarding the ISOP. That was a Canadian pension that was worth approximately $61,000. He called as well to P&G in Cincinnati as well as Canada, and he said that he did that for Monica to notify them about Fabio's death so they could start the process of the payout to the defendant for these various assets.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here.
Yeah, it's like one of those stories of the grass is always greener on the other side. I think she was like making a choice to be with Baker, but then money is a huge thing, and she wasn't going to get all those different things like the kids got. So, life insurance. I think, though, that the state did a really good job of tying her in to so many things. I will be shocked if they come back and say not guilty. What? Where did you hear that from, Barbara? Yeah, I mean, like, really long. But she did warn us right when she walked up there that it was going to be very detail oriented. So this is what it is. Right now it's 3:30 their time. I would be shocked if he had the defense go today. I think that's too small of a window. So most likely they'll be back up in the morning and it will be the defense turn. Well, look at you being so productive. Good job, Salty. I hope that they come back from this break a little bit early instead of a little bit late.
in addition to what we've seen in the documentation, and that included things, as you recall, they paid for Fabio's executive salary for 6 months, so a little over $100,000. Obviously, though, that's gross, so that doesn't, once the taxes come out, we saw that that was a different amount when Marie Ebersbacher created her chart. He also made sure that she received the value of Fabio's accrued vacation. The company wrote off his, as I talked about earlier, the $9,000 car loan. They paid, as you heard, to transfer or repatriate Fabio's body back to Canada. They paid for food and transportation for both the defendant's family and Fabio's family, who all had to fly in from Canada. They paid for the local funeral service on January 29th for the wake that occurred at the home after that night, and I think he testified came to somewhere around 9 to 10 grand. But the other thing that he mentioned, which was interesting, that he brought up, was that when he went to the home to explain all of Fabio's benefits, whether that was January 26th or when he went again on February 9th, the defendant had her estate lawyer there with her. And that Henry told the defendant in front of the lawyer that in order to get the insurance money, she was going to need to be cleared by law enforcement. The insurance company was going to require that before the insurance company would pay out. And yet, despite all of Henry's efforts and the work that he did to help her out, by March, the defendant began falsely complaining about him to other employees at the company. And he talked about how the defendant became very aggressive, that she hassled him, I think was his word, and harassed him about things like the life insurance payout that he had no control over. And as you recall, he said that he had no less than 4 conversations with her where he explained to her that that wasn't something he had control over. And again, keep in mind, whether we're talking about Henry or Dave Diaz or Sal or Sam or any of these individuals from the company, they were all aware of those Instagram posts that the defendant would put out, those public Instagram posts, which I spent some time in my opening statement, and you have copies of those in evidence as well. I believe those came in through Officer Curtis Davis, that the defendant, as I said, I used them as evidence to show you this double life, where on the public side of things, the defendant was posting about how much she missed Fabio and that she's just devastated, and that was the public persona or perception that she was putting out, that all of these people from the company were watching, and how it made them feel so empathetic and sorry and devastated for her, such that they were willing to do anything just to try to help her because they felt so bad. And yet none of them knew that behind the scenes she had this other life where she's, as we heard about yesterday, running over to Baker's house and performing oral sex or and taking photos of it. You know, it's one thing if you were to go and have your affair, right? It's another when you are photographing it. And again, you have to remember the conversations the defendant and Baker had in the lockup, where she talked about how she was so afraid that law enforcement was going to get into her phone. And if they cracked her phone, what would they find? And again, we're not just talking about the fact that her iPhone was 119, her phone number 42442, up to her iCloud, but then again, there's all these very provocative photographs that show her in various positions, which is why we were able to take that and juxtapose it with the calendar of events that were taking place and be able to show you that we're really talking about somebody who's very devious and who's trying to display a different persona to everybody else than what's real, what's really taking place. And so, despite the fact that Henry was very empathetic and wanting to give her everything he could, he was then contacted numerous times by her lawyer, who wanted him again to speed up this insurance payout. That once again, Henry said, out of my hands, we have no control. And we know that it had already been processed, this claim, by Tracy Rakovich, because we heard from her as well. So regardless of how they characterize it and what experts are called, right now, as I told you during the opening, she stands to inherit over $2 million in assets. And maybe to some people that might not seem like a lot of money, but it is a lot of money. And if she walks out the door, that's what she'll get to inherit, because that's what the value is now of the stock options, the life insurance, and some of these other things that have been waiting, such as the house, for instance. When the house was sold, they had to pay off the mortgage. She got half. The other half goes into Fabio's estate. Well, if she gets off, she gets the other half. As Marie was trying to explain to you in very simple terms, when you're looking at, just for an example, divorce was brought up, just to give you an idea of the difference between these things. In a divorce, you're maybe looking at, it's not necessarily 50% of every asset, but maybe 50. It could be something less, but there's negotiation that takes place. But it's not 100%. You only get 100% if he's gone, right? Last time I checked, 100% still better than 50%? Again, common sense. And I talked about the fact that she knew the value of these assets because she's the one who handled the family's assets, handled the finances. And then we heard from Janet Cover, and if you recall, Janet was also a person who worked for HR under Henry at Wella, and she also went to the residence a couple times to go over Fabio's benefits once again with the defendant. And there's a document, Exhibit 175, that she testified about, and that when she went over there to go through the benefits with the defendant and to assist her with the information so the defendant could contact some of the people that Henry had laid out for her, instead what happened was the defendant, if you recall, went out onto the patio to smoke a cigarette and talk on her phone, and Janet made the calls on her behalf to P&G in order to trigger the exercise of stock options and to P&G Canada for Fob's additional stock and benefits. And then if you recall, after that, the defendant then confirmed with Janet in the days thereafter via a text message exchange that the defendant did get a call back from P&G, and Janet told you that the defendant would then call her every couple of days to check in on the status of the life insurance payout, and repeatedly again mentioned to her that she had a lawyer to try and pressure these people who had no control. And then, as you heard from Janet, if you remember this, the defendant even sent her, and you can look at the text messages yourself between the defendant and Janet, she sends to Janet Detective Parshall's phone number, as if Janet should call Detective Parshall. So then we heard that on April 12th, the defendant texts Janet about the life insurance and the stock options. Remember when there was this claim that she didn't know about the stock options? she texts Janet specifically about the life insurance and stock options going to probate because Fabio died without a will. And that was Defense Exhibit 616. And then again, you heard the same thing from Janet, that the defendant would call repeatedly to complain after Janet made calls for the defendant. One of the things that we put into evidence in this case, we laid the foundation for it. There was a stipulation. When you have a stipulation, the judge is going to instruct you that that means that you're to take whatever information is in the stipulation as true. In other words, an agreement between the parties. It's not contested. You can assume it's been proven, and you can use that evidence for whatever purpose. In this case, we did not play, even though we put in, they're very short, they are audio files of the defendant's messages and calls to P&G regarding the stock options and the life insurance. And we also have, as we do for every audio, we have transcripts of that. And that is exhibits 237 through 242. Again, they were not played in court, but you should look at those when you go back into the deliberation room, because we did not play them in open court. They're very short, but we wanted you to know that she made calls herself on top of all the calls that all these other individuals made. So then we heard from Fabio's son, Luigi Sementilli. And what he testified to was that he didn't even know his dad had a life insurance policy for him until the night that he gets a call saying that his father has just been murdered. And he testified that the first thing the defendant told him wasn't, "I'm so sorry, we're so devastated." It wasn't any of that. It was, "There's a significant amount of money coming your way." It was about money from minute one. That there was a significant amount of money coming to him from...
And this states the evidence that who spoke.
Overruled.
From Fabio's life insurance policy. And this was, recall, within 1 to 2 hours of Fabio's murder. Luigi said he was in complete shock. He was, at that point, in Canada attending school. You heard that he completed a master's program. He was in complete shock, but it was the only topic his stepmother talked about that night. And then he said that at some point, Deborah Obad gets on the phone with him, and he can hear the defendant talking and telling Obad what to say in the background. And Obad says, Monica's saying there's money problems. And Obad tells Luigi that she's assured Monica, "Don't worry, Luigi will be willing to give up some of his money to give to you and the girls." And she's telling Luigi this as if she's making the decisions for Fabio's son. And as Luigi said, he found that to be kind of like what Sal Boccieri said, extremely presumptuous. It was inappropriate given the timing, but he was in shock. And then you heard 2 days later, Fabio's family on January 25th, which would be Wednesday of 2017, flies out to California, and the defendant gives Luigi the Rolex watch, and she asks Luigi to come upstairs with her. And as you recall from the photos of the second floor of the house, that's where Jessica's bedroom was. There's a bathroom up there. There's a big open living room area, and in the back of that living room area next to the window sits this desk that the defendant had along with her desktop, which we seized after the arrest on June 14th, 2017. And so he goes upstairs with her to the computer, and she shows him a spreadsheet that she has with a breakdown of the life insurance proceeds. This is now 2 days later. And he noted from the breakdown, at least, that she provided, that she was getting the most money, contrary to what the defense has told you, and that during that week that he's there, he has numerous conversations with the defendant where she brings up the topic of money. And then you also heard once he returns to Canada, the defendant continued to send him versions of that spreadsheet that she was constantly updating and editing, as we saw in Exhibit 75, where there would be columns that are blank, and then as she is learning about various assets, she fills in those portions, and then she calls and tells him. And then recall, there is a text string between the defendant and Luigi that takes place. It's Exhibit 77 through 81. And she talks about the life insurance, and she uses the language saying, life insurance, big numbers, unbelievable. And then she tells him to do what? Delete the text. Once I send you the number, delete the text. Because why would anybody be talking about the money this way, in such a cavalier fashion? And of course, you heard that once we got those text messages from the phone, it showed exactly what he testified to. And you also heard that up to that point, the defendant, until the time from the murder until the time of the arrest, she didn't want anybody from her family or Fabio's family contacting law enforcement. She got very upset about that, and Deborah said she was mad that I did that, and obviously we know why. But Luigi finally talks to law enforcement the day after the arrest, if you recall, on June 15th, and he tells the detectives about all of this information that he's now testified to here. And the family, who were so wanting to support Monica and the girls and to try and help her, now are learning about some of the evidence as well as the affair, and they feel betrayed, as anybody, rightly so, would feel. How else would one feel? And so they're attacked for that. They're attacked for the fact that they helped, and they're attacked for the fact that they feel betrayed. And so you heard, and it was testified to, and I'm not going to get into it too much because some of it is a tragedy and it's beyond anything we can control, but this murder literally rips these two families who for all of these years had been so close apart. And Fabio's family is left to grieve on their own and to their way of thinking. His daughters are acting disrespectfully towards Fabio in his memory, backing up their mother, hiding their heads, so to speak, in the sand. And as Deborah Obad said, they're all in denial. And so, again, as I mentioned earlier about the actions of this defendant and how it destroyed so many lives, when you think of, for example, if you were to throw a pebble into, let's say, a pond, that ripple effect, right? And it impacts so many people, whether it's intended or unintended, it doesn't really matter, but you literally rip apart these relationships that have been built on trust over the course of so many years. And so that's where we are. And so you heard that in the aftermath of this murder, Luigi, again, who's following the defendant's Instagram posts, he feels horrible for Monica, his stepmom, and they'd never really been very close, but now he said he he reached out to her a lot. He would call her and check on her, and he would check on his sisters. And you heard that the defendant comes to Toronto a couple of times for various events, and she comes to Toronto for the end of February, around the 28th of February, for the 1-month anniversary service of Fabio's death. And he goes over to Monica's mother's house to see Monica, and she tells him that she's going to be liquidating these stock options, and she claimed at that time that they were worth more than $100,000. He doesn't know anything about the stock options, and she asks him again if he'll relinquish his portion, that at that point she said was approximately $30,000, because he had this, bless you, this Manulife policy under Canadian law. When you divorce in Canada, you're required to have support for your children. And so that was the policy that Monica had referred to, that Fabio had put into place for Luigi. And you remember Luigi talked about how the defendant, just like everyone else testified to, she constantly complained about the money problem to him over the next several months, and how she was struggling with bills. And so he agreed, because he thought his mom, his stepmom, and his sisters were struggling, but the defendant never followed through. And of course, as we know, and I've talked about, she knows that the longer she leaves those options without exercising them, as long as she can, if until they're ready to expire, they'll be worth more money. And that he felt, heartbroken for his entire family. But you also heard him talk about the fact that after his mother and Fabio divorced when he was young, he would spend weekends and various time in between the two households, and that it was very clear to him growing up that when he was in his father's house, that Monica was the boss, that she was in charge of the family's finances. She, not Fabio, was the one who reached out to Luigi's mom, Vonda, to talk about the payment of Luigi's school tuition. It wasn't Fabio who did that. Monica took that on herself, because she is the one that handled the family finances. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we heard from Tracy Rakovich, who came in from New York, who was the benefits manager for the company, for the U.S. operations for Cody. And she talked about how Cody purchased Wella and contracted, as I said, with MetLife to provide retirement benefits and life insurance, and that in 2016, Fabio had life insurance that was 6 times his salary, and that was in Exhibit 93. And she assisted Fabio with his 2017 benefits enrollment and the purchases of life insurance and supplemental accidental death and dismemberment coverage. These are contained in emails from Exhibit 92, and then the enrollment documents for 2017 in Exhibit 95. And that Fabio elected to purchase approximately $1.691 million in life insurance, where the defendant was the main beneficiary on each of those policies. When you look through it, you'll see that in certain categories, like the basic life insurance, 40%, and then other portions 45%, and then in other portions 50%, and the kids, as I mentioned, split the remaining portion. And so once Fabio did that, the defendant's share was $7,000, almost $800,000. That's the defendant's portion of the life insurance money. $800,000. And we also heard and saw that the defendant sent that Fabio sent his documents, just as he always said he did, to the defendant on May 17th of 2016 and October 4th of 2016. And those are Exhibits 96 and 97. And if you recall, Ms. Rakovich recognized those documents. We showed them to her as the same information, the same documents she provided to Fabio along with his selections. And so after the death, she was responsible for processing the defendant's life insurance claim. That was Exhibit 98. And once she made the claim to Fabio's policy, it triggered the payment process to all the beneficiaries. And you recall the constant questioning about what Luigi had done, and did he try to get the money? And Luigi kept saying, I never made any claim. They just sent me a check. And Tracy Rakovich says that's how it works. Tracy, when she makes the claim on Fabio's policy, it triggers the payout, and all of the beneficiaries that were cleared, meaning Luigi, who's in Canada, and his two sisters who are here, are paid out. But the defendant is not, because, again, we heard from a couple of detectives about that, and I'm going to get to that. One of them was Steve Castro. And so at that point, she was also made aware, as Salma Cherry was, that the defendant was constantly contacting Henry Meyer and Janet Cover about the delay in the payment process. But again, as she testified, payments were only made once clearance was provided by the law enforcement agency. So we also heard that various other individuals were involved in this evidence. We heard from Ernie Valorano, one of Fabio's close friends, that he became quite worried after Fabio's death because of the defendant claiming that she didn't know how she would even survive or buy groceries. And if you recall, he, like Sam Pulera, offered the defendant money. He wanted to help her because she was the widow of his best friend. And so he offered her a job. And he had no idea during that same time period, as Henry Meyer testified, he didn't really understand what the all the pressure was, because at that point in time she's getting Fabio's salary as if Fabio was alive. And when Ernie was asked by the defendant to sell Fabio's Porsche, she took a lower offer, if you recall, to sell the Porsche in order to get the money faster. Instead of waiting, as Ernie said, he had another buyer who wanted to pay $15,000 more, but that individual was on vacation for a couple of weeks. But instead of getting additional money, $15,000 at that point, the defendant didn't want to wait, and so she told him to take the lower offer. And what we heard was, again, even more calls that were being made and more contacts that were being made with Wella about things that really might seem at this point to be obsessive. And we heard a little bit about that from Fabio's executive assistant, Alicia Truesdale, that the defendant even contacted her in the days after Fabio's murder because she wanted to obtain, if you recall this, Fabio's frequent flyer mileage. Because Fabio was an executive and was flying on the company dime, he traveled significantly for business within the United States, also up to North America, Canada, and a couple times a year to Europe. And so he had acquired a significant amount of frequent flyer mileage, and Alicia, who was, again, felt so bad for the defendant, went about obtaining and transferring Fabio's frequent flyer mileage over to the defendant, even though the company paid for Monica to attend some of these events where Fabio received awards, such as the one was the Mirror Awards in Canada that we heard about in Toronto that year. And so we also heard, as I said, from Jim Duggan, the corporate security officer for Cody, who also flew out from New York. He contacted the defendant on March 9th, and he wanted to know, what can Cody do to help you? And she didn't ask for the things that he expected. She didn't ask, can you get me a new security system? She didn't ask, I want to move out of the house. Can you guys pay for moving costs so the girls and I can move to a place where we feel safe? She didn't even ask for corporate housing on a temporary basis. She didn't ask for any of that. The only thing she wanted from Jim Duggan was, can you help me get Fabio's life insurance? And so each time after that, the defendant contacted Mr. Duggan. The only topic she contacted him about was the life insurance money. Now, shortly after the murder, law enforcement learns that the defendant, again, is the single largest beneficiary of Fabio's life insurance policy. And Detective Steve Castro testified. He's now retired. He was the supervisor of the homicide division at Valley Bureau. He supervised Detective Parshall and Detective Verna. And you recall he testified about receiving a call from Cody in March about Fabio's life insurance policy for the $1.6 million that Tracy Rakovich mentioned. And he instructed the insurance company not to release any of the money at that point until law enforcement had cleared the defendant, because at this point we're talking about March 20th. Law enforcement is well aware of the relationship between the individual who left DNA at the crime scene in Fabio's Porsche and is having an illicit affair with the victim's wife. And so then, after he instructs the insurance company on March 20th of 2017 not to release the money to the defendant, 2 days later he gets a call from the defendant, and she leaves a voicemail message. And recall Detective Castro testified that the defendant on this voicemail message communicated how unhappy and upset she was and wants to know why her insurance money isn't being released, and she demands a call back. And remember what Detective Castro said. He said that in all the years that he had been working homicide or had been a supervisor in a homicide division, he had never received a message like that from a beneficiary before. And then we learn on June 1st of 2017, he is copied on an email from the defendant requesting that they accelerate her clearance for the life insurance claim. Now, that was marked as a people's exhibit. It was also marked as a defense exhibit, and we saw that happen several times during this trial, where the people would put in an exhibit and a couple minutes later on cross-examination, they'd mark the very same exhibit. They'd indicate that it had additional information, and then they'd go through it, and it was exactly the same as the people's exhibit. So there is a defense exhibit 612 that mirrors the people's exhibit, and when you look at that email, if you recall, the letter that Marco Laurenti drafted for the defendant at Morella's request to help her out, to assist her in trying to get the life insurance money, that letter is exactly the same email the defendant sent to Detectives Parshall, Verna, and Detective Castro, and that's Exhibit 111. And that she claimed that it was urgent that she receive this money because she had no support for her and her girls. All right. I'm going to move on to a related topic. After the defendant flies, if you remember, at the beginning of June of 2017, on June 9th, she flies to New York City. She flies to New York City on June 9th for a graduation from medical school for one of Morella's children. She's there in New York City with Morella and Marco and some of the family, and you remember they go to like a cigar lounge and various other things. And when she lands on June 9th in New York, where the time is 3 hours ahead of what we are here in California, she receives an email that we heard about from Detective Gable, where Detective Gable and Detective Tellis from the Robbery Homicide Division of LAPD, their elite homicide unit downtown, have now taken over this case. And Detective Gable and Detective Tellis are working with Detectives Verna and Parshall, and they are telling them, we want to do this next and stimulate this and see what the response is from that. And they're digging in now, and they're trying to get up to speed on this case. And so they, Detective Gable testifies, they tell Parshall to send this email to the defendant saying, we're going to clear you. We're ready to clear you. Secretary's typing it up. MetLife should have it by the end of next week or the following week. And she lands in New York, and we see on the email that and the defendant celebrate extraction. The email here is Exhibit 176. The minute that she lands, her phone switches obviously automatically over to New York time, so you'll see the 3-hour discrepancy between those two. What does she do? And we heard this right before that. There was all this cross-examination about, well, the defendant's worried about her daughters, and there's theatrics and yelling, and she's so concerned about her daughters. What about the daughters? And so you would expect that when the defendant gets this text message when she lands in New York, that the first thing she's going to do is what? What would common sense tell you? She's gonna call her daughters and say, we're saved, we're gonna get the life insurance money. But she doesn't do that. Who's the first person that she tries to contact? As soon as she opens her phone, and you can see it from the Celebrite extraction because it'll show you with respect to her phone that she opens her email. The first person that she contacts, she calls Robert Baker. Now, if they weren't trying to get the life insurance money, and as Baker testified, he didn't know anything about any life insurance money, why would she be calling Robert Baker? She calls him, he doesn't pick up, so she messages him. She doesn't message her daughters, who the defense claims she was so concerned about. She doesn't message her sister, who's her best friend. She calls and messages Robert Baker, her lover, the person who she engaged in a conspiracy with to murder Fabio, her husband, so she could get her hands on the life insurance and other assets, as I said several times today, to fund their life together. So again, it's not a complete coincidence that he's the first person she thinks to share the good news with. After all, as we've heard, he is the most important person of all to her. And I'm going to tell you why I say that in a couple minutes.
Well, actually, it would be doing that a little bit longer.
Let me interrupt you. We're going to take our adjournment now until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or to express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
Today we're going to talk about Sophie Shanduka. Now, this also involves Prince Harry, and it gets pretty interesting. Greg, why don't you tell us about the videos we're going to watch?
Pretty simply, this is an interview from Sky News when Sophie Shanduka, who is the chair of the Sementilli charity that I think he founded, Prince Harry founded, has made accusations that he bullied her.
To be absolutely clear here, you're saying, Sophie, number one, that what you discovered was essentially donors were walking because of the prince's reputation.
Yes.
Let me put to you what some of the members of the board had said about essentially these allegations. Sky News spoke to Dr. Kelele Leratoli earlier on this week, and she said, I've been in all the meetings, conduct of the board has been one of respect for each other. All of this came as a shock to me. What exactly is the difference then?
Okay, I'll give
Dr. Leratoli doesn't recognise the picture Dr. Leratoli doesn't recognise the picture you're painting.
Yeah, so I'll answer that question in two parts, and Ian, it would be good to get your perspective as well. I'll be very direct with respect to Dr. Kelly. He had the worst attendance record, and even when he was in the meetings, he didn't actually contribute that much. So I'm not surprised that he didn't know much of what was going on in the organization.
To be fair, I mean, he's not here to answer for himself.
Yes.
But what he's saying is that when he was in the meetings, there was no conflict. Everything was pretty straightforward.